Hi, I'm Maria Nagaga.
And I'm Jeff Fritz.
And we're back with the intermediate course to ASP.NET Core 2.0. In the beginner's course, we went over a couple of things. We went into an introduction into ASP.NET Core. We looked at the .NET CLI. We built our first console application, went into web applications. We looked at Razor pages.
Okay.
In a bit, and we created our first CRUD application as well.
Cool.
And we had a slight introduction into logging.
Okay.
And in the intermediate day, we're going to go in just a little bit deeper. Like, what's the next step after you've done all the high-level stuff?
Pull back the layer, learn how to tune some of those things just a bit.
Yeah, just a bit. And we're going to have some more stuff on ASP.NET Core, look at the internals. Like, we had a lot of file new projects, but we really didn't explain to you what was going on, right? We're going to look at tag helpers in more details, because we had to look at tag helpers in the beginner's course, but we didn't really explain what else you could do with them. We just say, these are tag helpers, and they're great, and they change a different color. And we're going to look at authentication and also at SPA. We have a lot to learn today, and have a look at the outline and the modules that show up on the site. And yeah, let's get started.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to go and start with a brand new application, just so we can set the playing field all at the same place. And I'm going to call this my MVA. And I'm going to create just a web application and set the authentication to individual user accounts.
And what does that mean?
So what this does is this gives us the ability to have folks log into the application, be authenticated, and we can set up authorization capabilities for those users to be able to access different pieces of the application.
Okay.
What this also does for us, and the trick and why I'm doing it for this course that we're looking at, is it sets up some things for database interaction that I want to be able to push configuration around, so we can talk about configuration a little bit.
Okay, so we're going to look at what comes out of the box when you hit OK.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that and then learn a little bit about why some of those things work. So I've got the individual user account set up. Let's go ahead and create that. My project's created. It's going to restore packages. Let's take a look at the Solution Explorer here, and I'm going to jump into the startup.
Okay.
So as we know, this is how our application, our web application, is configured for us to be able to interact and serve web pages to visitors to our site. Now if I scroll down here, we already know there's a simple startup here where we're going to capture the configuration for our application. And we'll look at that configuration in a minute here. I want to go on this quick tour to show Configure Services, where we're going to set up all the various services that are going to be available to the rest of my application, right?
Okay.
These are those cross-cutting services that different controllers or pages or even my tag helpers can use to interact with building content for my application. And the last piece down here is a configure method that takes in a couple of arguments here, the application builder and then the hosting environment. And this configures what we call the HTTP pipeline.
Okay.
So we'll take a look at the pipeline in just a minute, but I want to start by looking at the configure services method here and really dig into what's going on here. Now, you may have heard of the term dependency injection in the past, right? Now, what that means is we're going to configure some dependencies that are going to be available throughout our application that we can pass into other locations, other components, other modules of functionality that need those capabilities in order to perform their tasks. So, for example here, on line 29, we add a database context for our application database context, and we configure that to use SQL Server. We're going to use a Microsoft SQL Server database and get the connection string from our configuration. Not bad, but what this means is that in any class that's being used by ASP.NET, I can reference application DB context in my constructor, and it'll be automatically passed into me.
Okay.
So, to take a quick look at that, if I come over here and I look at my pages and I reach into account and I look at my register page receives all these different things in order to register a new account, including a user manager, a sign-in manager, a logger, and even information to send emails. These things are referring to abstract classes or interfaces, those things will be injected automatically for me, and it saves a copy of those off so that it can handle the registration process.
So where does it save a copy of this off to?
So it saves them off into these private variables up top here on lines 17 through 20. So I have that local copy just for the instance that this page is being run. So I can register new folks, I can access their user records, I can access the sign-in manager and create a password for them as needed, and even log information appropriately or send emails to those folks to say, hey, I created a new account for you on this website. So that's what dependency injection gives you. And you can see these other add statements here. Services add identity. This adds those features that we saw on the register page, particularly the user manager and the sign-in manager. Those come from our security identity features. And we'll see more about identity later today when we see authentication and authorization. So the identity capability here configures that, and it says we're going to store that information about our users inside of our application DB context, that same database context we just defined previously that's using SQL Server. The next one, add MVC, this configures dependency injection and configures those capabilities inside of the MVC framework so that they're available to be injected into other MVC objects.
So even though this is a Razor page application,
yep,
it is still built on top of MVC. So it's just enabling us to leverage.
Oh yes, absolutely. So we're leveraging the same MVC capabilities, the same Razor templating engine, the same tag helpers capabilities. Those are all available to us, and we're going to be able to point and use those with the same MVC capabilities available as well. We can still add in controllers and views, and those templates will be available to us throughout our application.
Okay.
The next statement there, add Razor pages options on line 37. This configures those pages that we need to use for authorizing and pages that we want to make sure that folks are actually logged in to be able to access. So you want to be able to have only logged in folks manage their accounts at the manage page, and only folks that are logged in should be able to log out.
Okay.
Right? You run into a weird loop if you're not logged in and you're logging out. But the really interesting thing that you can extend as a developer writing your own application is the ability to register your own services with the dependency injection capabilities. And this line here on 45, services add singleton. This is where we're starting to register our own capabilities. So we saw earlier the register page receives an email sender here.
Okay.
That email sender is defined right here as referencing the concrete email sender object. Now, if we just take a quick look at that, you can see the email sender is just a class that implements the iEmailSender interface, has one method, send email async, and for the purposes of the default code, it's just saying I completed that task successfully.
Okay.
If we wanted to develop a true email sender here, we would write something that actually receives that body of that email we want to send, the subject of that email, formats a message appropriately, and sends it out using whatever email service or email server that we have available to us. And your mileage may vary about which one you choose. There's a bunch of services we have available to you on Azure that you can choose, or you might have an email server available on your internal network you may want to use as well.
So which are some of the ones on Azure that people can start taking advantage of?
We've a really popular one that folks like to use is called SendGrid.
Yeah.
So SendGrid does all kinds of things to make sure that you're not sending spam, to keep you out of spam filters if you are sending legitimate emails that you don't want to end up in people's spam folders. There's a lot of stuff to help you manage that, and there's a nice console so you can see the status of those emails that you've sent out. So check it out, SendGrid on Azure.
All right.
All right, let me go back over to the startup. Now, this add singleton is configuring the interface iEmailSender. When an email sender interface is requested, we're going to provide a concrete implementation, the email sender class, that matches that and implements it. Now, by using the add singleton term here, it says we're only going to create one email sender class, and only one, in the entire life of this application. It's a singleton. It's the only one in use. Now, that might be appropriate for some classes where you do only want one of those managing your entire application, but there's other classes like our database context that you want to only be available for each request that comes in, so that when a visitor to our website comes through, they get the same database context, the same database connection string for all the operations they're doing throughout that request. And we can define those types of services by using the command add scoped.
Okay.
Now, a scoped object is available throughout that entire request. You'll get the same object if you request it through a tag helper, through a view component, through a razor page, through a controller. You'll always get the same instance that was created when the first object in that request was created. All right? So scoped is another way for you to define an object that to be processed and sent out. The last one that I want to show is transient. So if you specify something is transient, that means that every time one of these pages or classes requests that type of interface or abstract class, a new instance will be created.
Okay.
So that doesn't make sense for something like an email sender where we're going to establish that connection to a service like SendGrid, and we don't want to be recreating that connection every time. It's going to be rough on memory usage, processor. Create it once and then use it as needed asynchronously, as you saw in the interface. So transient objects might be some things like a repository pattern or some other communications things that you may want to use so that you're always hitting a new copy of that. Okay?
Okay.
So that's transient, scoped, and singleton status. Okay? So that's a little bit about how dependency injection works here inside of configure services. And all those things occur right here inside of this method. Now, I've actually seen some folks where they'll take the contents of this method and they'll move it out into another class so that they have all of that sitting in an extra file on the side that they don't need to maintain here and accidentally break something that's in one of the other configuration methods of their application.
So they'll take configure services out and put it into its own.
They'll just take out the contents of it. They'll leave that method there and they'll just say, you know, this class.configure services, and it's somewhere else.
Okay.
So that you have that single responsibility of that file. Where here you've got 3 responsibilities. You might accidentally change something you didn't intend to.
Okay.
So let's take a look now at the HTTP pipeline down here. HTTP pipeline, this is where we're going to configure how our requests are processed.
Okay.
And the order in which ASP.NET is going to look at each request that comes in, handles it, and then returns it out to the requesting browser or client, whatever that might be. So we've got an if statement up top here to check and see if we're in development mode, if we're in some other environment. We're not going to execute this stuff up top, but this is going to test for an environment.
Okay.
Now, we'll look at how environments are handled in our configuration just a little bit, but typically when you're running here in Visual Studio, it's automatically configured for you as the development environment. So I want to see my developer exception page. When there's an error, I want to be able to see a stack trace, everything that's wrong, but that's not something I want my normal visitors to see, right? We want them to see a better error page, and that's why we have this use exception handler down here. Route to that error page should there be a problem processing the request.
So that would be a 404 or 500. Would those be the exceptions?
This would be a 500.
Yeah.
404 will go to something that the web server will handle.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we get a 500 level error, it'll come into this location, and the error page you can see out there inside of our pages, right here.
Yeah.
And it'll put up a nice message.
Okay, an error has occurred while processing your request.
Yep. The next thing here is use static files. So when you have those extra elements that you need in your application, they live under www root. We saw that, I believe, in the last course.
Yes, we did.
And all of these things, you actually need to tell ASP.NET how to serve them. Otherwise, the Kestrel web server doesn't know what to do, right? Well, we need to put that piece in next, because if somebody's requesting something like a CSS file, we want to stop there and not go into some of these other things. We don't want to evaluate MVC capabilities or try and check for security. Go serve that CSS file, and then we don't need to continue processing at that point. But if you're not requesting CSS, images, JavaScript, those static content, we're going to proceed down into this use authentication statement. And that's where we're going to check to see if authentication is required on the current page or the current request.
Yeah.
We're going to verify it and then handle it appropriately.
Okay.
The final thing here is use MVC. We're going to configure the MVC capabilities so that they're an endpoint that we can browse to.
But this isn't it mapping out our routes as well? Yeah.
So this is mapping out routes if we are using controllers
Okay.
with actions. We're not. In this case, we're actually using pages, and pages are routed to whatever is inside the pages folder minus the CSHTML extension.
Yeah, so it's your location, the location you are in the folder.
Yeah, it's that physical location in the folder is what we're serving, but we can still do those controllers with the actions as a route location.
Okay, so the whole point is that you can add a controller to a page set.
You can add it. In this way, you can do API controllers if you're using a JavaScript framework to do some SPA application work. And we'll see some of that a little bit later today.
Okay.
Now, what's important about this is the order that these things appear, right? So I mentioned static files appears before authentication because we don't want to authenticate people before we send them their CSS files, right? And if we don't include some of these things, if we don't include use static files, it's not going to actually process and return those static files to our visitors. So those are very important things. I'm going to actually change this over to my application here, and I want to show you what happens. Did we remove the static files in the previous course?
No, we didn't.
Oh, let's see what happens when we pull that out, and let's navigate to our application and see what happens.
It looks like, I have a feeling it might not be the prettiest of pages.
Yeah, because we're going to remove all that CSS, we're going to remove all that JavaScript, and instead of getting that nice Bootstrap framework enabled site, it's not going to look as pretty. So there's my Chrome debugging from Visual Studio.
And that's new, right?
That's new. So with Visual Studio, you now have the ability to debug your JavaScript in the Chrome browser from Visual Studio. Now, look at this, right? It looks terrible.
I'm looking at it like, what is that?
I know, that's ugly, that's terrible.
There's a point there that's like toggle navigation, so that's the line bar. And
that's that hamburger navigation you would have on the left that we're used to seeing in the Bootstrap environment, but none of our CSS was served, none of our JavaScript, and we get just this plain HTML site. Now, that might be okay for my mother-in-law's browser back in 2002, when the non-technical folks who don't have updated capabilities, it's not that good. And this is why we need to include those pieces inside of our HTTP pipeline. And
in a specific order. So,
and in the correct order.
So if you actually took your serve status files and put it under authentication,
let's try that.
The same thing would probably happen.
Well,
or something, give you an error.
Well, we might not get an error. Let's move it all the way down to the bottom. Okay, there it is. So now we've just changed the order a little bit. We're going to rerun. Nothing else has changed. And actually, it works. Because those pages that we requested are living out there, and they don't have a name collision with anything that we're those CSS and JavaScript references don't have a name collision with any of the pages that we've configured. So we kind of dodged a bullet here, but if they did have similar names, it might collide and you might not get it back.
Okay.
So it's not a guarantee that it's going to work. We happen to have some names that fit in all right. Because, right, when you look at the things that we've referenced, right, we have a lot of things under lib, and we don't have a lib page out there that we could be confusing with, right? So, same thing with JS, images, and CSS. We don't have pages that might confuse things out there. So let me stop this. So that's a little bit about the order of things and what you have inside of your configure method here. Okay. Now, if you're doing other capabilities with authentication, with authorization, where you want to interact with some other providers, you're going to see them get configured here in this method, and that's hinting again at another module that we have in this course. So that's a little bit about what's going on there. And I've been mentioning application configuration, and I showed a little bit about development environment. Let's actually talk about configuring our application.
Okay.
So up here we have this method, the constructor method, and it's receiving an I configuration, and it's stashing that off in our local property called configuration so that I can access that configuration later to get things like my database connection string. Now, this request is getting that database connection string out of app settings. And there's my default database connection string. Let me put a carriage return in there just so we can see it. And even then, it still rolls off of one line here because we have this unique GUID dropped in here, right? This globally universal identifier for my database name. We want to have a unique database name just for creating this template database. And it's listening to the local database, the local MySQL database, so that I can write and work with that configuration. Now, inside startup, when it says get connection string, this is a helper method that's going to look for a connection strings object inside of configuration and then look for the default connection object inside of that connection strings. So default connection, and it's going to grab this value out of my JSON and serve it.
Okay.
Now, all of that is configured by default inside of program CS.
All right.
Where we have create default builder, use startup and build. The default builder will grab things like that app settings, load up its values into configuration, and start reading it. It also loads up environment variables. Now, that sounds kind of weird to some longtime .NET folks to start reading environment variables into configuration.
Okay.
Right?
Where was it before?
Exactly. If we had to read environment variables before, we actually had to write some custom code to reach into environment variables and figure out where are the values that I want and inject them appropriately.
Yeah.
So what we've done is we've made it part of the framework so that it's built in and it's layered as the last thing into your configuration. So what you can do is you can actually change some of the settings here that are in app settings by adding an environment variable that has the same name.
All right. So
you could add a logging environment variable, but logging actually has this hierarchy here. We overwrite items in that hierarchy by separating with a double underscore.
Okay.
So that sounds kind of weird. Let me show you how the environment variables appear inside of our pages. I'm going to go to the home page, and then we'll take a look at starting to inject some of these other things. I'm going to inject our configuration here with the @inject directive.
Okay.
And I'm going to inject, it is Microsoft.extensions configuration, iConfiguration,
okay,
and I will call it configuration.
All right.
So I've got my configuration coming in, and I'm going to go down here to the bottom, and I want to put in the, you know what, no, let's clear out this page.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Don't need anything in here. Let's just clear this out. And I'm going to put on the host name of my machine. So I can do that by saying this is my machine name. And I will say @configuration.
Okay.
And every Windows machine actually creates an environment variable called computer name. So I will reference that. Now, by using configuration and then the indexer computer name, it's going to find that value inside of my configuration and drop it right here.
All right.
So let's see what happens when that runs.
So it should say Jeff's awesome computer 2020-49 or something like that.
I think it says Jeff's Yoga or something like that. There you go.
Ooh, okay.
This is my machine name, Jeff's Yoga. Okay? Now, that's great. It's my machine name. It's an environment variable that is existing and is native on my machine. I've injected and I've put it on my page. That's not valuable, but what might be valuable is if I have an app setting sitting out here that's something like my Twitter key, and maybe it's an ID to get you into Twitter,
yeah,
and it is Twitter secret key, right? So in my machine, when I'm building this, I can reference and use that on whether it's my page, okay, or my startup. If I come over here and I'm going to access that same value my Twitter key, if I put that there, restart the application,
it should probably have your Twitter.
It should have the same value coming back. There it is, Twitter secret key. But when I get out to my production environment, I don't want that same value that I wrote in development in production. I actually want to overwrite that with an environment variable. So inside of Visual Studio, you can manage your environment variables that you use at build time. Oh, thank you. Let's step back. So if I go to Project, my project name's Properties. And if I go down into, I think it is...
no, it's Debug, maybe?
Yes, Debug. So we have an item here, it says Environment Variables. And we have this initial variable defined here, ASP.NET Core _ environment. And it says development. That's the environment name that we've defined for this machine, okay? So we've instructed it that this is a development environment so that those things over here inside my startup where I say, is this development, this will be executed.
Okay.
If you don't set this variable up front, it defaults to being production. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to override my Twitter key here by setting another environment variable, and I will call this production key. So now if this was in a different environment, that value is now going to take hold, and that one will supersede what's in the app settings JSON. And we'll see this come up in just a second.
It seems like a more secure way to do this.
It is, but there's an even more secure way to do it.
Ooh.
So there's production key came up, but if that environment variable wasn't set, I would still get the old Twitter key. Now let me stop this one more time, and I want to show the final way that we think folks should start looking at doing this.
Okay.
If we take a look at app settings, right, I actually have my key sitting here, plain text. Do you know how many folks commit that into source control, shared source control, and it's just available out there? Yeah, I've done it.
I've done it, I'm sorry.
We want folks to be more secure by default.
Yeah.
So instead of putting that there, what we can do is we can use something called user secrets. Now, user secrets is a feature that's available on ASP.NET Core. It's an extra capability here that I can access inside of Visual Studio by coming down and choosing Manage User Secrets when I right-click on my project. When I choose that, you see I get this new file here called secrets.json. And when I mouse over it, check that out. It comes up and it's giving me a tooltip that's showing it's under C, Users, Jeff, App Data, Roaming. Let me go back over it again. Microsoft User Secrets. And then it's my application name followed by a GUID and then secrets.json. So this isn't so much an encrypted file as it's a file that's not in source control.
Okay.
Now, what that means is I can take that same value that's over here inside my app settings, and I'm going to paste it in here. There's my Twitter secret key, and I'm going to change this to should not use. And I should not get that value coming out. Instead, I want to get this secret key coming out.
Okay.
Now, here's the best part. By default, if there's a user secrets configured in my application, inside of Program CS, when it says create default builder, it'll load those before the environment variables, if it exists, and we're in development mode. So I wrote that secrets JSON. There's my Twitter secret key. I'll run this one more time. Everything's running. Here it comes. And I get Twitter secret key coming from my secrets JSON, so it's not committed into source control. And my other value that's sitting out there inside of my app settings, should not use, that's committed. I don't care who sees that. That's a dummy value that nobody really needs to pay attention to. But I'm keeping my data that I'm using for development purposes more secure. So your development connection strings, put those in a secret location so that folks aren't stepping on each other and they're not sharing some of those secret values you don't want to make public. So
I would suspect if you were using keys for third-party providers, you'd probably want to keep them somewhere, in Azure, like an Azure Key Vault?
Absolutely, that's a great tip. we have Azure Key Vault available for you that you can put some of those key values into for those third-party providers, like maybe your Twitter authentication, your Facebook authentication. Put those keys into the Key Vault, and then we can automatically load those in with a different provider, and they'll apply when you're in the production space. Very cool stuff.
But what we're doing right now would also work in a production space as well.
Yes. You can use this. Those secrets JSON files, that doesn't go with you into production.
Okay.
The user secrets don't get used in production, but instead you can write an environment variable to override this inside of your production space. Azure App Service has a console where you can write in your environment variables that you want to use, and they will overwrite these values.
Okay, and keeping our keys nice and safe. So there's no way for people to see it.
Absolutely. No way for people to see it.
So I can't do F12 and try to search around and find it?
Yeah. Nope.
Okay.
You won't see it. It's all in memory and hidden behind the scenes. It's not on disk, and it's not being sent down to the browser unless you write something out that's actually emitting it to the browser. So that's a little bit about how you can pass things in and out of there. The last thing that I want to show is, what if I want to change something like the log level here from default warning to maybe I want to set it to my trace level? Well, that's a little bit further down. It's more hierarchical, right? It's logging, then log level, then default. How do I set that value? What we do is we can set our configuration to be separated by colons, and it'll come down and it'll read it and just work. So let me go back into my project properties, and I'm going to define another environment variable, and this one is going to be logging log level default.
Okay.
So logging log level default, and it's separated by colons.
Okay.
And now I'm going to set this to trace. And now when I run my application, I'll get all my trace level information sent down. And
that's everything, right? Trace is pretty much
trace is pretty much everything, and you're going to get all your info coming down. So I have a whole different level of logging coming down to me.
And I believe you can also view this in Visual Studio as well.
Yes, you can view this in Visual Studio if you have your application insights configured right here. I can click that, and I can see the exact same log information coming down, what's been sent down at the trace level as well. So very easy to get started, and use environment variables, user secrets, and your app settings JSON to configure. And then you can read those values out by using configuration and then that square bracket indexer, so that you can write out configuration information into different classes and different features inside of your application. And the configuration object is now registered with dependency injection by default. I didn't have to add anything into startup. It's just there for me. So I can request an I configuration inside of a page or a controller, and it'll just be available with all the configuration for your application.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot to peel back just from that startup page.
It is.
So I think that's all we have for this module.
Yes, we do. It was a great insight to the ASP.NET Core internals.
Yep.
We hope that you feel ready to go and explore and play around with it more. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back later.
Hope you join us. Hey there. Welcome back to Intermediate ASP.NET Core. My name is Jeff Fritz.
And I'm John Galloway.
And we're going to talk to you for a little bit about tag helpers in this module. John, we've been hearing a lot about tag helpers. What the heck are tag helpers?
I think tag helpers are great. The cool thing with tag helpers is they kind of get out of your way.
Oh.
So they make it easier for me to write markup, the HTML-looking markup that's doing stuff on my server, and it's very lightweight. So it kind of almost, it's nice to know about, but for the most part, it just kind of fades into the background. But we'll be showing how you'll be using tag helpers in a file new project. We'll dig into a little bit of writing our own tag helper, which is really easy, actually. And then after we've done that, we'll look at some third-party tag helpers, some things that other developers have written that I can start using. And we'll look at their source code, too.
Cool.
So let's get started. If we can go to my screen, we're going to be working off of the docs. So like everything I'm going to be showing here is in the docs at docs.microsoft.com. So this starts off with, a simple what is a tag helper? Hopefully this says something pretty similar to what I just explained. Things like this HTML-friendly developer experience, giving me IntelliSense, etc. And then it's also going to, we're going to be showing authoring tag helpers. That's written up in here. So if I'm talking too fast or not making sense, you can read the docs, and that's going to work well for you. So I'm going to start with Web Application 24. This is literally file new project.
It's so much better than Web Applications 1 through 23.
Those ones, throw them away.
They're garbage.
This is we're going to ship this.
New. All right.
What I need you to do while I'm talking is if you can register webapplication24.com.edu and .org.
I'm on it.
Because this is, we're going to IPO. So I've gone through and I've done file new project. Literally, that's it. And I did this using, I turned on individual authentication. I did that partly because I want to show off some things that are in the account management system, because this is a great example of where tag helpers can simplify my markup. So I'm going to be looking in this manage directory to start.
Okay.
So this is stuff for when I've created, I want to register a new user. So I go into the register page, and you'll see some things in here that have some kind of purple markup. So they look similar to the other things, but here, like this form, if we look at that, that has it's kind of purplish. And
it's also bold for anybody who's colorblind, so they can see it as well.
Nice, right? And you can go in and change these too, by the way.
Absolutely.
You can go and set those differently. And as I mouse over this shows some things that are different. Like here, this is just HTML. This just says it's a div element. Great.
Yeah.
It's very, very simple. IntelliSense for form actually says this is related to a form. And if I mouse over this ASP route return URL, that actually tells me, like this is a generic iDictionary, and it also explains some things, additional parameters for a route.
I didn't know HTML could handle iDictionaries.
See? And it can't, right? So that's an important thing that you've called out there, is that these things, this is not the HTML that's going to be rendered out to the browser. So in fact, if I just run this, we'll look at, if we look at, I guess I can go to register and we could just view source, right?
Sure.
See, and I'm already going off script, but that's just fine. Yes, let's install. So I recommend, I was going to joke about installing any certificate that requests to install, but that's probably bad advice. In this case, though, it's setting up an SSL certificate and trusting it locally, so I can develop against HTTPS, which is cool.
Right. This is a Visual Studio feature that allows us to use SSL.
Yep. So here I'm clicking on register, and this is exactly that same thing I was looking at before. And if I go in and view source, and if we look at that form, we're going to see, we'll find that form is rendered, right?
There's our nav bar. There's the there's form.
Form, right? So if we zoom in on that, we'll see that form says method post action is account/register.
That's a normal HTML form there.
That's normal. This is straight up HTML, right? But if we flip over to this, if we flip over to here, you'll see this is what we've got in my Razor code, right? So method is post. It didn't change that, but this return URL, where this is going to be posted to, that is something that the server, ASP.NET, looked at this and converted it to action equals /account/register.
Okay.
So what's important about that is where this form is being posted to could change based on how my routing is set up.
Sure.
Based on if this is, if I'm using the MVC route or if I'm going in and changing my routes, that could vary, right?
Okay.
So other things here, like as we look further down in this, we've got label ASP4 equals input.email. So this is using my input model, and we've seen about models in some previous sessions and all that. So this is using my email field on my input model, and it's saying bind to that. If we look at the what we're actually seeing on these, this is saying which control is it even? Data val email.
Is that it on line 53?
53. There you go. So it's input_email. Let me zoom on that. So that is here, input_. email. Or some people say underbar. Either one works, right?
Sure.
So the important thing is, if I change that, I could make a change to that in my model, and again, it's going to figure that out for me. So the nice thing that we're seeing with this is that we're able to write server-side code inside our Razor code, and we can do it in a way that still is readable here. It's not kind of jumping back and forth.
So that label tag helper you showed us, it says ASP4 input email. So it's looking at that email property, and it's going to figure out what type of label to generate based on that property.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. So it's generating HTML based on that. So the important things we've learned so far is that bold purple means it is a tag helper.
Okay.
And that is going to evaluate something on the server and probably change the HTML. And if I see something that's an ASP dash, that is probably not going to be, it's not going to render that on the client. The clients aren't going to see ASP dash, but they're going to possibly see some other HTML that's generated.
Okay.
So we've learned that, and that's interesting. We're looking here at a div tag helper and a form tag helper. There are other tag helpers that don't even match up to anything in HTML.
So those ones were tag helpers that were actually attributes that
Yes.
decorated different elements.
Exactly. These are tag helpers that work at a higher level. This is, for instance, an environment tag helper.
So there is no environment tag in HTML5.
Right. And when we run this, if you looked in there, you would not see any of this. There's no HTML output. Well, there kind of is. Here, I guess I need to run it again. So what this is solving for me is, when I'm running locally, I want to pull my CSS from directly off my file system.
Sure.
When I'm running in production, however, I want to try to pull those files off a CDN. And that includes the CSS here up at the top of the page, and then also way down at the bottom, my JavaScript as well. We've got matching environment tags down there for development and production.
And we learned in our previous module all about the different environments that folks can configure. By default, they get development when they're in Visual Studio. If they don't define an environment, they get production. So I'm guessing that second environment tag on 54, where it says exclude development, that's how those CDN references aren't going to be used in Visual Studio.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what this is saying is, when I'm running locally, it's going to say, yeah, you're in development, and it's just going to look directly on my file system and pull these in. When I'm running anywhere else, so production, or if I define a staging or test, or Jeff's
Whatever
fancy
other
environment, yeah,
I've got fancy environments, let me tell you.
it's going to use these ones.
Okay.
And this is actually a nice feature they just recently included here in the 2.0 release, is this whole include exclude. That makes it very easy with exclude to say anything except for development, pull these ones in.
Gotcha.
So I don't even need to know up front what they're going to be. I just anything but development.
But I can specify multiple values for that, right?
Exactly. So
Okay.
I can up here, I could say include development, comma, testing, whatever it is.
Okay.
Right? So now let's take a look at source for that. And if we look at our CSS, find our CSS references in here.
Oh, there they are right there.
There they are. So you'll see this knows that because we're, it's just using, it's only evaluating the environment tag that's for development.
Right.
Okay?
So because this is development mode, the development environment, it only included those HTML markup items that were inside the environment tag.
Exactly. So that's that.
Now, those tag helpers, they don't modify anything else on the rest of the page, do they?
So they're generally confined to that area there, right? And one interesting thing here, though, is that they do kind of nest. So you see here we've got an environment tag. Inside the environment tag, I've got a script tag.
Yeah, look at that one in purple.
And this script tag, this is doing something interesting. This is it's modifying by using ASP append version. So what this does is it solves a common problem where you have to version script references. Otherwise, CDNs or browsers will just cache the previous one that I serve. And I can go in and change my JavaScript And the browser is going to say, oh, I've already got this one cached locally.
So this generates that cache buster token.
Exactly. So, and if I go in, let's take a look at that. So it depends. I may not be serving those locally. I'm not even sure. I am.
There it is.
So here, if we look at this, we'll see my site.js has v equals, and it's generated a version number. Right? And that's exactly it. It's a cache bust, right? So if I go in and change that JavaScript, it's going to keep incrementing that. So the important thing we've learned off of that is that these can be nested. I can use an environment, I can put inside the other ones, and I can use those to control things.
Okay.
For any of these, if I want to understand what it's doing, I've got both IntelliSense here, and I've also got, if we go back to these docs here, it actually has this whole section here on built-in tag helpers. And it's going to explain, here's the different tag helpers that are included, and here's the different kind of features that are available. So that's pretty cool right off the bat. Now, another thing that's neat is I can actually write my own tag helpers. Before I show that, I want to show one last important gotcha, which is that in order to reference, in order for these tag helpers to become active, they're actually listed in here. So I try to remember, sometimes I forget, but this is where these are actually kind of lit up, right? So this here, this MVC tag helpers, any tag helpers are kind of turned on there. Cool?
So can we look at that view imports one more time?
Yeah.
So you have a star, comma, and then Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC tag helpers. That's the assembly that they live in.
That's the assembly,
Okay.
right? And I've actually recently, I made this mistake where I pulled in a namespace or something else. It's actually the assembly that's important.
So it looks like a normal way that we would reference a type, but by using that wildcard in front of the comma, we're saying, give me all those tag helpers that are in that assembly.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
So this lights up all the tag helpers in the MVC assembly.
Okay.
Right? So let's go and write our own tag helper, because they're actually relatively easy. I'm going to write a repeat tag helper. And this is a tag helper that is, I can nest markup inside it, and it's just going to repeat it however many times.
Oh, okay.
Not incredibly useful for my production websites, but useful to kind of learn the ins and outs of creating a tag helper.
Sure. Maybe I need to generate just some text to fill page
Sure.
so I can measure things.
Yeah, and you can imagine, you could create like a lorem ipsum tag helper or whatever, right?
Sure.
So I'm creating a class, and I'm just putting it in the root, but I'd recommend putting in something like a tag helpers folder or organize it,
Makes sense.
And tag helpers can also be included in like a NuGet package, or they can be in a separate assembly, right? We just saw that in the imports. So you could create a Jeff's favorite tag helpers assembly and pull that in wherever.
Okay.
So I start by creating a class, and here's my class. So I'm going to inherit from tag helper. And I'm going to control dot to bring in the tag helpers, the namespace up there. Yeah, the using statement. So the first thing I'm going to want to do is I want to repeat something a certain number of times. So I'm going to type create a property, and I'm using the snippet for properties, which I very much like. And so I'm using an integer here. Now, the next thing is I need to override one method that it's not that hard, and you'll find it in the docs, but I'll show you a little trick that I use here, which is you can go in, and if I do peak definition, which is a neat feature in Visual Studio, I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to look. There's a process async.
So what we're seeing in that window is...
This is the code this is the definition for the actual tag helper that we're extending.
The abstract class called tag
Exactly.
helper. Okay.
Exactly. So the tag helper abstract class has this process async method.
Okay.
So I'm looking at that declaration, and I'm going to use that as kind of the start of what I'm going to be writing. Right?
Makes sense.
So instead of virtual, I'm going to override. And I want to make this async. And the only thing it should be complaining at this point is that I'm not returning anything. So, so my step at this point is I'm just going to use a for loop. And because I'm repeating for a certain number of times, right?
Sure.
So again, here I'm going to say from 1 to count. And that's it. So now I need to actually write my code. And it should just be one line of code that I have to write. So I'm going to say...
and this code will generate the HTML.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the way this process async works is it gets called, it's an async method, and it just needs to output or change my content. So I'm going to say output dot, if I can spell output, dot, and then I'll say get, let me see, I'm forgetting actually which one it is. Output.content, that's it. Dot, append HTML. And there's some other things I can append. In this case, I'm doing append HTML, but I could do, for instance, like append format, and I could use a formatting method, right? And so now I need to say output dot, and I will say get child content async. The reason I'm doing that is my tag is going to work sort of like that environment tag we looked at earlier.
Okay.
So it's going to say everything inside of this tag, I need to get that content, and so this is how I'm accessing that.
Okay.
And then one other thing is I need to use an override here, and I'm going to say use cache result, and I'm going to say false. So
that's an async method. We need to await it, right?
you're right.
Fantastic.
And I think we're all happy. Okay, so let's talk about this code we just wrote. So we wrote a repeat tag helper. So it's called repeat tag helper, and it inherits from the tag helper abstract base. Because of that, this is a repeat tag helper. I can go in and just start using repeat as a tag helper. We'll see that in a minute.
So repeat is my element name. It's the tag I'm going to use inside my code.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
And if I wanted to change attributes, there's actually attributes that I would use in here on my class to do that. So then I've declared this count, and this is magically just going to appear. And the way it's going to come in is it's going to be an attribute on my tag helper in my razor.
Okay.
Okay. So the same thing that we had, like for instance, in my register I had ASP-4. Here I have count.
Okay.
So it's the same kind of thing. And then when it actually fires, this process async gets fired, it's going to be passed in both the context, so we could read things about what's going on outside, as well as the output. My output lets me access the HTML, so I'm accessing what's my child content. And then I'm going to say append that, and just repeating, right?
Sure.
All right, so now let's go and put that to use. I'm going to go into my index view page. Old habits die hard. So now I'm going to go into my index, and I'm going to say repeat. Now something's wrong here, because that should be purple.
Yeah.
So I've forgotten one important thing. And you know what that is? I need to go into view imports. So that's
right.
That's the thing. We need to register that. And that's a very important cue. If you start using a tag helper and you're not seeing that IntelliSense, this is where you need to turn that on. So let me actually repeat. And I'm also not seeing any kind of IntelliSense in there. So let's go into this, and let's try this. So we'll do add tag star, comma, and here I need to use the assembly name. And so my assembly name is web application 24. Which, by the way, have you registered that yet? .com,
you know what?
.edu,
I'm sorry, I've been sliding here. I've been paying attention to the module.
So now, did you see what happened there? It just turned purple.
Nice.
And we see when we mouse over it. So now we know it's lit up. And so,
sure.
So now I can go in, and also if I hit space, you see there, it's saying I have a count property.
Okay.
So let's repeat, what's a good number?
5.
5, I'm going to go 6, because I'm just doing one more today. Okay. And so we'll do here p tag, I will be repeat. Okay, exciting. So now if we've done everything right, we will see at the top of our index view, we'll see I will be repeated, and it'll say 6 times. Fingers crossed. But I'm feeling pretty good about it because that IntelliSense lit up.
It lit up. There we go.
There we go. So we'll see this here. I will be repeated. And for extra fun, let's, instead of putting it around that tag, let's actually repeat my carousel, my entire carousel. So I could do that by collapsing this div, just to show that it's not just a simple p tag we're able to repeat. This will work on anything, right? So
that's a lot
I find this to be, you know, for a compelling, we want Web Application 24 to become a huge brand, and in order to do that, we really need a lot of carousels. So here you see that worked, right? So that's basically, we looked at in the box, you know, in the box tag helpers. We wrote our own tag helper.
Yep.
It's helping our brand grow and gain mind share and market share. Yes. So now what I want to do is actually jump over and look at some tag helpers other people have written. Because we saw writing our own tag helper is literally as simple as, you know, here...
Implementing a method.
Implementing a method, exactly. Yeah. And the other cool thing is, because the way we pull it in to our application is just adding add tag helper, and then this is an assembly name. Well, I can get assemblies off a NuGet. I can get assemblies, you know, I mean, this is not difficult to redistribute.
Sure.
So I want to show off just a few of my favorites, and one is from Damian Edwards, and it is the Tag Helper Pack. And this is something that Damian Edwards is PM for the ASP.NET team. And he actually built these tag helpers as, these were things he kind of wished were in the box, or thought, you know, as he's building applications, he's like, you know, here's some things I use in my websites.
So, possibly opinionated, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Some of these I would expect to see actually ship in later versions of ASP.NET Core. So he's got, you know, example or information here on how to install it. He's actually got it on MyGet, which may move to NuGet eventually. So I click through, and this is what I use to install it. This is his actual website, and it explains some of the things he built. So I want to start by showing here he's got field and data annotation tag helpers. And this is kind of a neat thing here. This is actually, this starts to show an example of how this can become kind of useful. So here I've got a customer class, and it is getting it's getting these label names off of these attributes, right? So here it says my display name, it could say first name, but I'm going to change this to say customer first name, right? And then I'm going to run this. And so what's going to happen is this tag helper's job is to get those, it's going to actually pull those labels off of these attributes. So if I look down here, we'll see there, it says customer first name, okay? So this is a way of customizing a label, how the label is generated, and in this case, it's actually pulling it off of the
display attribute.
Display attribute, exactly. And those display attributes are handy for a lot of other things like validation and all that kind of stuff. So he's got several others. One other thing that I really love and I use in a lot of places is his partial tag helper. And this is something where partials are a really kind of handy way of pulling, of abstracting code. So if I've got a bunch of code in one view and I want to kind of move it into another file, I can do that, and I can reference it as a partial. So he makes it very easy to just say, instead of using it, there's another syntax for using this where I could say at partial, and I fill in some stuff. And it's just kind of like, it's not pretty. It's not, it's not the code I want to like.
It puts you into CSS, into C# mode instead of HTML coding mode.
Exactly. And then one more kind of more advanced one that he's done is he's actually got a Markdown tag helper. And so here you can go in and you can write things in Markdown, and this Markdown tag helper compiles it into HTML. So all of these, in order to use these, he's got a handy sample project. available. And if I go in and look at, what is the source code for these, you'll see on my home view, he goes through and actually makes use of all these. So, showing things like, how to set these up. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of handy. And so here, for instance, here's that partial tag. And you'll notice, again, it's got that purple, right? It lights up and shows how those work. So that's handy. Another one I want to show is a group of these from David Paquette. And David Paquette has built these really cool tag helpers to do some other neat stuff. So if we look at these, he's got tag helpers for things like Bootstrap. And so Bootstrap is nice, but there's some things where I've got to go and look up what are these different attributes.
Yeah.
And it's not auto-completed, and it's just like it gets me out of my zone, right?
If I'm not a whiz with Bootstrap, if I'm not using that on a daily basis, I might not know all the CSS for that.
Yep. So here he's got a website. Both of these you can click off, and they've got kind of example websites that show how to set them up. So here's an example of something like an alert tag helper. So here, instead of going in and writing, div class equals blah, 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 and look on the Get Bootstrap website, I can just do alert and then put the message name in. And then when I click on that, he's actually got, so here's the alert that it shows there, right? And so this shows the different kind of alerts that are available. Another one is a modal. So modal one is not, another one actually, progress bar. Progress bars take a lot of markup. Usually you have to nest all this different stuff. And so here he's kind of generating that for you, right? One last one I wanted to show was the modal. So there it is. Here's a modal, and here's one where you can actually see something that's, in action. You can.
So he's got a modal tag with a body and a title?
Yep.
Oh, that's easy.
Yep. So in order to do that, this is simplifying. And again, I could go and do this if I go to get bootstrap.com. But the two things this kind of gives me that are handy, I'm gonna show the 3 version of this. The things that this kind of gives me is one, it's a little bit less markup, and 2, I'll get that autocomplete, right? So I can go through and take advantage of that.
Absolutely. I mean, the IntelliSense that's embedded there in Visual Studio with that makes it so easy to find these features and get help when you need it.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the markup. You can just see, like, here's the kind of markup I would have needed for those progress bars versus if we look at these progress bars, it's a one-liner, right? So,
oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, and it's nice, it's easy to bind to and all that kind of stuff. Now, what's cool with these is if I want to learn how to write my own tag helpers, or if I want to write a tag helper similar to something someone else has already written.
Sure, maybe I want to extend their tag helper.
Exactly, so I can go in and look at either of these. So, for instance, if I look at David Paquette's, and we say, well, what is he doing with, for instance, these, like this modal or the progress bar, right? How is he generating that? So if I look at the progress bar tag helper, I can see, here's what he's doing, how that's hooked up. So something I mentioned but didn't dig into earlier is he's actually extending a div. So here he's saying, this is called a progress bar tag helper, but it binds to a div. It modifies a div. And so here's how he does that. He says HTML target element. So this is going to light up for any HTML target element that uses these attributes, right? And then the actual thing where here, let me zoom back out. The actual implementation is that process async, and it's actually not that much code in order to do that. So,
and he's just writing out that div that's sitting there.
Exactly. So it's just that's how he's writing those out. And I only showed off his Bootstrap ones. There are some others that he's got available here. He's got for authorization, for generating test data. He's also got a Markdown one. So that's kind of handy. And then if we look at the ones that Damien's done, for instance, it's surprisingly little code most of the time. So if I look at that partial, and this is doing something relatively, I would think, complex. It's calling a partial, it's including a partial. If we look at the actual code for that, there's like almost nothing here, right? So it's this process async like we looked at before, and this is all it's actually doing. It's just modifying the output to call in that partial.
Oh, it's calling the HTML helper directly.
Yep. So, you know, that's an example of something where I could write, like, it's like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. It's like, oh, he's just calling directly into the thing, you know. And if we look, so that's for the partial. If we look at his markdown one, and that's, again, you know, you'd think, well, that's got to be complex. Well, he's using another markdown helper to do this, and then he's actually just calling process async. So he's using markdig here, which is a popular NuGet package that does markdown processing.
Okay.
But that's really kind of all there is to it on those. So, you know, kind of wrapping up, you know, we looked at what tag helpers are.
Sure.
We showed when I do file new project, I've already got some tag helpers that are in my file new project application. If I never want to know anything more about it than that, they're making my life easier because I can go and write simpler Razor. You know, I can take advantage of things like, you know, forms and validation and all that, and pretty simple to wire things up. If I want to write my own, we saw that thing where I went in and I wrote my own, and if we look at what the code was involved for a repeat tag helper, like that's it. I just do process async and I modify my output.
Oh yeah.
And then we looked finally at, and we remembered, and I'll just call it out again because this is something I forget, and you may forget yourself. You got to call this add tag helper in your view imports. Right. You could call it in one individual view. I could put it I could just import it for my index view or whatever, or I can do view imports here and import it everywhere.
That's a global import.
Global import, exactly. Okay. And then finally, we looked at how to make use of other people's tag helpers, and they've both made these available. And then for something like this, they'll show examples of here's how to use it. You know, you can install the package, you call add tag helper, and then go to town. And you're off and running. Cool. And so the one final thing I want to remind people of is that there's some great documentation about this on docs.asp.net, or excuse me, docs.microsoft.com. And it used to be on ASP.NET. So this explains what they are, tells you how to write your own, shows how to take advantage of them. So
it'll keep you up to date in the future as the technology evolves.
Exactly.
Cool.
All right.
Well, thanks a lot, and I hope you stick around for our next module.
Hey, Andrew. Good to see you.
Hey, Diego.
We are going to be talking about Entity Framework Core today, right?
That's right. Should we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, sure. I am Diego Vega, and I work as a program manager on the Entity Framework team. I have been working on this for a long time. So what about you?
Hi, everyone. My name's Andrew Peters, and I'm an engineer on the Entity Framework team.
Cool. So before we start, I think that there are some people that are going to be watching this video that don't know very much what Entity Framework Core is about. So I think we should give a very short introduction, explaining what it is and what it is for.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay. Why don't we just jump to the code and create like a simple app, like the minimal possible app that you can write using EF?
Sure. So Entity Framework Core is what we call an object relational mapper. So it's really a library that helps you to basically get and put data into a database. It's all about querying data and allowing you to modify that data and then saving that to the database. And what we really give you is a programming model. So would you like to kind of talk a bit more about that?
I was planning to talk about it while you show the code.
So let's start down here, I think.
Okay. So this is a model, what we call a set of classes that represent a domain that your application is about. In this case, it's a very simple model. It's actually oversimplified. It talks about blogs because it's a model for an application that does blogging. And blogs have a bunch of properties on them. they have an ID that is a unique identifier for that blog. And they also have a URL that is as well, because we know in the internet, URLs are also unique identifiers for things. It becomes a way to access the blog. And in this case, it doesn't even have a name because it's super simplified. But we have a theme because one of our demos is about how to change the theme. And a theme is also a very simplified representation of what the appearance of the blog would be.
Yep.
And in this case, it has a name and it has a color for the title. But it could have many, many more properties.
Yeah, so this is showing one of the, I guess, high-level features of Entity Framework, and that's the ability to set up relationships between your different C# classes.
Yeah.
So we call these navigation properties, and EF takes care of managing these for you. So if I create a blog and set its theme, then you should be able to save both of those things to the database easily and query them together if you need to.
Yeah. It's also showing that you can have very simple classes that have properties on them and have them work with Entity Framework. We are going to talk more about what you can do with them, but it's very important, and it was not always the case that these classes don't need to know anything about Entity Framework core.
Yeah, and so there's a special name for that. What do we call that?
Yeah, we call it POCO.
POCO, yeah.
Or persistent ignorant classes, because they don't need to know anything about the persistence framework that we're going to use. POCO comes from plain old CLR object, which is a adaptation from Pojo, which was the Java version of that. But that is history, basically. Now everybody assumes that you can do this.
Yeah, and what it really means here is that these classes, you can't really tell that any framework core can use them. So you don't have to do anything special. There are special things you can do to kind of unlock more advanced scenarios, but right off the bat, you can just write the classes in a very idiomatic way.
Yeah. Why don't we switch to the DB context?
Okay, so yeah, the next sort of entry point here is in Entity Framework, we have a very high-level object called the DB context, and this is the entry point that you create for the data access in your program.
Yeah. The simplest program that you can write to use EF is going to have a type that derives from the DB context class that is defined in Entity Framework, and it's going to have a bunch of properties of this type DB set that is generic on the classes that you want to persist. So if you set up a class like this, then you also need to write a couple of methods. I mean, you don't always need to write both, but you need to write at least the override for onConfiguring, which is going to tell us about how to connect to the database, mainly. It can also be used to set up a bunch of configuration for different details and settings that EF has. And in the particular case of an ASP.NET Core application, the code that you would normally put there, actually, we usually put it in the dependency injection container. We can talk about that more later.
Yeah, I think we can show that later. Yeah. So the key point here is that the programming model is inheritance-based. So typically, you inherit off our type DB context, and this allows you to create a strongly typed DB context for your specific application needs. And in this case, it's the blogging context because it's for the blogging software that we want to write. And blogs and themes, as Diego said, allow us to get at the data. And then two template methods that you can override onConfiguring for configuring how you connect, for example, and onModelCreating for configuring how you would like to map the blog and theme objects to the specific tables in the relational database.
Yeah. I was saying before that you don't always need to write both methods. The idea is that as soon as you specify these two properties of type DBSet of your class, EF is going to, at runtime, when it starts, use reflection to look at the properties of those types and infer what needs to be persisted and what types to use on the database, depending especially on the database that you tell EF to use. So in this case, we had on configuring, I don't know if you can show it again, we have a call to a method that is called useSQL and it passes a connection string. So we know that we need to use SQL Server, and based on the types of the properties on blog and themes, we are going to figure out what types of columns we should create. And by convention, we can figure out a lot of things. We can figure out that those properties, and we can figure out that there is a relationship between theme and blog because you have a property of type theme on the blog. But there are some details that we cannot figure out automatically, and then we have an API that you can use to tell us. And every time you need to tell us those details, then is when you have to put code inside on model creating.
Yeah, so why don't we show how this works
Sounds
a bit
great.
more concretely. So right now, we don't have a database. What we can also do is use another piece of our stack that we call migrations. Migrations provide a code-based way of building a database schema, and evolving it. One way we can create a migration is in the package manager console. I'm just going to quickly set this as my startup project. There. Now what I'm doing here is I'm generating some code that's going to land in our project. And this is what we call a migration file, and we can show you what it looks like. Okay, so over here we can see that it generated these two files, and it opened up the one that we're interested in. One of them we can consider a code behind file, so it's one that we manage that you never usually edit. But this is the one that you can edit. We've scaffolded it by default, and what we've scaffolded are these Fluent API calls. So we have a bunch of APIs that correspond to typical database DDL operations.
Yeah, DDL being the ability to define tables and objects on the database.
Yeah, exactly.
So these two calls here represent the creation of the tables for the database. It's the initial migration, so it's the migration that you would use in order to create the database with all the schema that you need in order to persist these classes. We can execute it, I guess.
Yeah, so we started from a blank slate. We didn't even have a database, so we called this one initial, and this is kind of our first one. So we've got some create tables here. We're going to create the themes table. So EF has, by convention, decided to call the table themes. It's scaffolded a bunch of columns, and it's figured out what their type should be. You can see here we're doing a value generation strategy as well. So what this is in SQL Server, our convention is that you want an identity column if your primary key is non-composite and of like an integral type, like int.
Okay.
So we have this second command here, update database. Oh, okay. That's telling us that there's already an object named themes in the database. So it could be that the database is already there.
Yep.
So let's just quickly drop that. Wait for this to load. No, thank you. So I think it's this one. Let's try that again. So we've run these demos a few times, and we need to make sure to clean out the database back to a clean slate.
Okay.
So there we go. We applied the migration. So what that did was EF consumed all of these calls and executed them, and basically part of that was to generate the SQL corresponding to them and apply it to the target database from the connection string. Should see it in here now. There's the two tables, and what's this one, Diego?
That one keeps track of all the migrations that have already been applied to this database, so that we can also reason about that when you say, okay, update database, we know exactly what migration you have already in the database and which ones need to be applied.
Yeah, so we kind of implement a versioning strategy there. So we can see the ID of the migration here corresponds to this name here.
Yeah. You'll also see that, like at the bottom of the screen now, we have like some create index methods. That means that we infer that we needed to create an index for the relationship. That makes operations like delete faster on that tables, on those tables. What else can we show for this?
I think we can show this too. This is pretty cool. So this is a new feature that's coming. And this is the ability to also have data put into the database when you migrate it. So we call this seed data, and here we're setting up a bunch of themes by default.
So if you're familiar with Entity Framework 6, you will remember that we had migrations also, and we had a seeding capability. You can say, okay, whenever we create this database or apply migrations, we're going to pre-populate some tables on the database with data that then you can use as reference data, mostly. We decided to implement something different, to have a different design on EF Core that we believe is much better and can give you much more flexibility. So this is basically the seed data is part of the model. And whenever we are calculating the difference between two models, seed data also becomes part of that computation of the differences. So whenever you add data or you remove data from the model, we figure out what we need to do on the migrations as well.
Yeah, so we can show that. It also works with changing the data. So here we're going to change theme 1 to actually use Alice Blue as the color. And this will also kind of give an example of the migrations workflow. So now we've made this change. We want to share it with other developers on our team potentially. And so what we do is we can create another migration. Build. So each time you make a change that will change the database schema or the seed data, you can generate a new migration that will now be shared amongst your team, and they can just run that, and their local databases will be brought up to date. You can also use it to deploy to production via script or using code.
I think we need to add another migration.
Yeah, I was going to add. Okay. So here you can see it looks a lot different than the last one. That's because we deduced that the only thing that's changed since we applied the last one was this change to the seed data.
Yeah, you see also there is an up and a down method. The up method will make this migration the current. If we execute that, we are going to make the database be of this current version.
Bring it up to date, yep.
Yeah, if you tell us that you want to revert that, then we are going to execute the down method that is going to set the color back to what it was before. So we need to record that in the migration.
So down is really about rolling back to previous states, which might happen if you deploy to production, for example, and something goes wrong. Down provides a way to back out the change that was made by up.
Yeah. Can we show the script that we generate, the SQL?
Sure, for this migration?
I think so, yeah.
We can script migration.
Yeah.
So this is nice because you can just generate a script, a SQL script, and hand it off to someone if you don't have direct access to run against the production database, which is pretty normal.
Yeah. This gives you, actually, the way we execute this command gives you the whole script for creating the database from scratch.
Yep.
But it's going to include the values for the data that we have, the seed data that we have there.
Exactly, and you should see it, yeah. You can see the color change from red. This is the first migration, and then down at the end we should have the second migration. So here.
Yeah.
So you can see it's like really sequential. It's not that we just deduced that the color should start at Alice Blue.
Yeah. There is also another interesting detail there in this script that we are setting identity insert on the themes table off and on. That's something that we do automatically because in SQL Server, if you know about that, identity columns normally cannot be updated. But in this version of seeding, we have the ability to do it because you are asking for a specific ID value. We are going to do whatever it takes to make it of that value.
Yeah.
And in this case, we need to go around this and apply the workaround for SQL Server. The previous version of EF didn't have that capability, so you could not do it.
I wonder if it might be better to not introduce identity columns for seed data.
That could be an option there.
Yeah. Okay. We might as well apply that one, I guess.
Yep.
Bring us up to date. Okay, now, what else have we got here? Okay, so this is just a little program that will leverage our new blogging context. And all it does is loop through the themes and print them out. So we should just run that to see where we're at. Okay, great. So we can see Alice Blue, it's been updated. And we can see basically that querying the database was super easy. We were able to write a normal for each loop over that dbSet property that we created. Underneath, EF has done a lot of work. It's generated a query to the database. It's figured out how to create the theme objects efficiently. It performs really fast. And the end result is that you just get back a stream of themes.
Okay. I think we should try also to do another demo that shows some of the basic operations that we do besides the features.
Okay. Sounds good.
Which one do you think we can do?
Flexible mapping might be a good one.
Yeah.
We can talk about some different styles of creating your POCOs.
Yep, sounds good.
So I'm just going to reset. All right, should we start with the entity types? Or entity type?
Yep, this model has only one class, that is a blog. And it's a little bit more complete than the other one because the purpose of this demo is different. We have more properties like the name and things that you would expect to see. But we decided to do something special for the URL, right?
Yeah. So I think we were interested in using a field mapping for the URL. So what that means is, by default, you would often write your classes like with properties. But you don't have to. You can also map directly to fields. And this provides kind of a more encapsulated way of structuring the data inside your POCO.
Yep. Also, there is a continuum of features that we call flexible object mapping. We have only gotten started with this. In the beginning, we started with an ORM that didn't even support simple classes or POCOs. Then we started supporting simple objects with properties. Now we support field mapping, and there are several features that we are going to be working on that make it even more flexible and can allow you to have like more freedom on how you design your domain model. If you want to use dictionaries, maybe someday we'll support that also for your properties. If you want to use a constructor that takes some of these property values in, will recognize it. That's not something that we do in the current version, but something that we are going to be working on.
Yeah. So our goal is really to allow you to define your classes the way that you would like to.
Yep.
And then allow you to configure EF to be able to map them to the database structure that you want. And those things can kind of evolve and be shaped separately.
Okay. So in this case, I see that you added a private string underscore URL property.
Yep, so I created the field. I made the property read-only. And then we have this method that we call when we want to set it. And this is useful. Maybe we want to perform some custom validation here, some domain logic. This allows us to kind of create more of an encapsulated implementation of what it means to set the URL.
Okay. But from the perspective of persistence, you may want your persistence library to just access the field to set the value there that is read from the column in the database.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we need a bit of configuration, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we've got a bit more fluent API. It's hopefully pretty readable. What we're saying is for the entity blog, it has a property of type string called URL, and it's backed by this field.
Yeah. When we specify that name URL with the uppercase, we usually talk about those as basically the conceptual property. There is a property conceptually on this class, although the .NET class doesn't have the property setter.
Yeah.
We still reason about the fact that there is a property there.
Yeah. So this is kind of a, I guess we'd say, a hybrid mapping. because the property is there for reading.
Yep.
The actual underlying storage in the class is this underscore URL field.
And we also recognize some different like common conventions for naming fields automatically. So in this case, actually the has field is only there to tell us to use the field.
Yeah.
I guess, but even that kind of underscore URL with lowercase is something that we would recognize by convention.
Yeah, for sure. So a good illustration of that would be, I guess, if we did something like this.
Yeah.
So we're kind of varying the names to no longer match what EF thinks they should be called.
Yeah.
But you could still set it up that way.
There is another variation that we support, which is to not have the field at all. I mean, in this case, we already have like a property getter that depends on the field being there, but there is another variation which is called entity of blog, has a property of type string with name URL, and there's nothing in the class at all that is holding that value.
Yep.
But that's something that we call shadow properties, and when you have those, what happens is that EF, on the change tracker that it uses to track any modifications that you make on the data, it will keep track of that value keyed on the instance of the entity. So basically, we keep additional properties like extension properties for you.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, as Diego said, shadow properties, where we keep the data totally outside of the entity instance. So here, there is no place for the URL to be stored on this. When we retrieve a blog, we will give you the blog, and we will also keep track internally of the value of URL for each blog that we gave you. So it kind of makes your object dependent on the DB context. There's another mode you can run in, which is no tracking, where we will keep track of the values in a different way during the query. But we will, in that way, we will allow you to still query for different URLs, for example.
Would you like to show how to use this model or something else?
Yeah, I think we can quickly run it. I can probably just back it all out.
Okay.
So let's have a look at our main. We just do some database setup. So here we should probably quickly discuss this. So we showed migrations. There's a sort of RAD way, like a rapid application development style where, for example, if you're writing tests or you're writing prototype apps or you want to get something up and running quickly, we have these database APIs which will just delete the whole database and recreate it.
Yeah. It's not recommended for production or anything super serious and complicated, but it's the right way to go for testing and prototyping.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of our demos do this pattern where we just recreate the database. And so we're creating our blogging context again, creating a blog, setting its URL, adding it to the database. So I guess we're showing a few APIs we haven't seen yet. So we saw querying off a DB set, but the DB sets you can also add new items into and remove items from. So it's kind of a programming model, a collection-like programming model for your data. So what you typically do is you have a bunch of these calls, manipulating which objects you want to save and which way, and then save changes at the end is going to figure out what all those changes were and apply them. So we've got logging on as well. It's another thing worth mentioning. Entity Framework Core has rich logging, and this really helps you to understand the kind of interactions that EF is having with your backend. So here you can see, for example, this is ensure created. So we're creating the database here. This is our save changes insert. As per usual, blogs has an identity column, so we need to select back the value. And then at the end, our query. So this is the query over the blogs. And then the value. So you can see EF Core really helps here because it just kind of automates a bunch of stuff that you would normally need to do. For example, if you're using identity columns, and also just the unit of work pattern. I've made a bunch of changes on the client in memory, and I want to understand those changes and apply them.
Yep. So in this case, in this simple demo, we only had just one add operation before the save changes, but you can have multiple operations there or multiple entities. And when there are relationships between them, we will figure out the right order to apply those modifications on the database. So that, for instance, child entities always get inserted after the parent so that the primary key already exists in the database, and whenever we need to delete something, we'll do it in the reverse order.
That's right.
Okay. So do you think we should switch to another demo, or is there anything interesting on this one that we can show?
We probably need to add posts
Okay.
for it to be a blog.
Okay.
So we could do that. So we're kind of evolving our schema here. So we're going to create a post. This one will have it's like an ID, maybe a string, title, and maybe the body. What are we missing? So we want to link it to blog, right?
Mm-hmm.
This kind of comes back to what programming model we want now in our app. So if our usage is in our application, we get the blog and we want to always access the posts off the blog, we could do that, right?
Yep.
Public.
We can have a public list or
Something like that.
A collection
of blog,
of
posts, sorry. Posts. Okay, so let's import iCollection. Now, do we need to do anything else?
I think in this case we don't need to do anything else, but we could decide that we also want to have a link from the post going back to the blog. Would
Okay.
you like to do that, or we can skip it? What is your style? How do you decide that?
Are you thinking a reference to the blog, or are you thinking something like the foreign key?
Could be both, or could be either of those.
Okay.
They are all possible, and whenever you don't create the property, EF core is going to still be able to maintain the relationship. But if you want to have the value of the foreign key in the property because you want to render it in a page or something, then you can do it.
Sure. So, just like Diego said, if we don't define the foreign key here, EF is going to introduce something. And it's going to introduce a shadow property, just like we saw before. So we can probably observe that. Okay, so our database looks a little different. We're now creating the post table. And here, you can see the blog ID. So currently it's not defined on the post entity, but EF's created it anyway, and EF will manage its value. So this is nice if you want your entity types to be really poco
Yeah.
and not have any sort of database artifacts in them.
Yep.
But we could also have added it down here. So, oops. And we need to probably call it something different to make it interesting, I guess. Blog, oops, blog FK.
Mm-hmm.
So now what do we expect to happen?
I will expect EF to... Do you want me to lie, or do you want me to tell the truth?
Tell the truth.
Okay, EF is not going to be able to figure out that that's a foreign key that is supposed to point to the primary key on the other side. It's just going to consider that that's a normal property because we are not following the right naming convention.
Yeah, I think that's right. So EF has a lot of conventions built in that try to identify common patterns in order to sort of pair things up. So if we see a property here that's called blog ID, that matches one of our conventions. So that convention is, oh, we found a property on the child that has the same name as the primary key on the parent. So that's kind of a natural way for us to match things up. But if you call this blog FK, that doesn't match one of our existing conventions. So what we will expect is probably another shadow FK.
Yep.
Yeah, and so here you can see we've got that.
Yep. The property that you asked for got created, but it's not considered a foreign key, and EF still created a shadow foreign key and made it the foreign key constraint.
Okay, well, let's fix that.
There are several ways to fix it, actually.
Yeah, Fluent. So one way is Fluent API.
Mm-hmm.
We want to configure blog because we're going to configure the here's mini. So this is our way of targeting the posts collection on the blog. So this takes a lambda. So now we've sort of addressed the posts navigation, and because we need to do that to tell EF what we want to configure. We call with1. This just allows us to get at the foreign key configuration and sort of explicitly calls out that there's no back reference from the post to the blog. It's foreign key. Now we can do the strongly typed because we have the property. So it should be available in IntelliSense. So this Fluent API is kind of geared around IntelliSense as well in terms of just being able to dot into things and reference things that way.
Yeah.
Look good?
Yeah, it looks good.
There we go. So the shadow property is gone, and we've configured EF to explicitly use the property that we want to be the foreign key.
Yeah, you can see the constraint also
below.
All right. So what else can we show? Would you like to talk about performance, or?
We could show a few other things first, maybe. So we could talk about functions or filters.
Query filter sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a new feature that's in EF Core 2.0. And do you want to talk about what it's roughly about?
Yes. So we have had some feedback for a long time from people that wanted us to improve one of our features. So the feature is called eager loading, but we usually refer to it as the include method because that's how you specify that you want eager loading in your link queries.
So what does this method do?
So that method is telling us that whenever you query for a blog in this query, and we should also traverse the relationship that it has to posts, that is a navigation property, and bring the instances of the post as well as part of the results.
Okay, that makes sense. So when I'm enumerating all of the blogs I got back, this will be populated with all the posts.
Yeah, exactly. So what people have been telling us for a while is that they don't necessarily want all the posts to include it, but they want to apply a filter on that include. For instance, let's say that the user has been blogging for many years, then it has too many posts, and I just want to load the ones from last year.
I see. Okay.
So that's the feature that we have been talking about, and we look at it and we decided that we didn't want to design it exactly like that, but we wanted to have something that is more declarative and the ability to say at the model level, okay, whenever you query for posts, apply this filter. And of course, you are going to have also ways to turn that off, but in general, by default, just apply this filter. So we came up with a solution for that, and that's we call it sometimes global query filters, sometimes model level query filters, sometimes just filters.
Yeah, so just to make it even more concrete, the way you filter and link is obviously with this where method. So this allows you to define a predicate that will be used to either include or exclude results. And so what this feature allows is essentially to be able to define that in on-model creating in such a way that EF will always apply it to queries of the target type. This example, we essentially set up 2 filters because we're trying to implement 2 cross-cutting behaviors. We want to implement soft delete, so the ability to mark a row in the database is deleted without actually deleting it physically. And then multi-tenancy, so the ability to associate a row in the database with a tenant ID, such that we can later on only pull back the data for a given tenant. So start with the first one. Here you can see the API, so it's a non-model creating. It's again, we address the entity, so it's the post. And is deleted is actually just a property, a first-class property on the entity itself. So we're not using a shadow property or anything, we just created a property. Maybe we need this in the UI, or maybe it's just the style that we want to use. So we were able to easily, essentially write a small link predicate fragment here and associate that with the metadata in our model.
Yep. So the fact that it's a property makes it possible, and because we add some code that we're going to show on save changes, now you have 2 ways to mark an entity as deleted. You can either set the property to true, or you can call the APIs to remove the entity. We have some code that we put in save changes that is going to basically translate that removal into a modification. So that's the code. It's basically whenever you save changes, before you actually send the changes to the database, we are going to look for all the change tracking entries that we have for posts that are marked as deleted, and we're going to switch that back to modified and put the property on the right state so that it marks as deleted.
Yeah, so this is a good example of a kind of more advanced extension point that you can use, which is just to override save changes. And the way this works is that internally inside the DB context, we have these things called entries. An entry is really a data structure that wraps around one of the objects that we've given you. It is kind of in charge of keeping track of its original data, any new data that's, any of the changes that have been made, that kind of thing. So in save changes, you can manipulate these entries before we actually read them to make the final save changes call.
Yep.
So that's what we're doing here. Find all of the ones that say they're deleted and turn them into modified.
Yep.
Whilst also setting the new value for the isDeleted property. So it's pretty useful.
So you want to show the multi-tenancy part, or would you like to just execute the query?
Sure. Why don't we first, what I'm going to do is, I think it's useful to disable that filter. Did I set startup project? Yep. So this is our kind of initial state where we haven't got any filters defined yet. And we can see that we're querying all of the blogs and the posts, and we're getting tenants for everyone, and we're getting all of the deleted and the not deleted.
Yep.
So sort of right now, the queries are naive. We'll enable the soft delete filter. Run it again. Okay, so good. We're only getting isDeleted false. So we've very easily implemented it as like a cross-cutting pattern that we wanted to implement inside our application.
Yeah, and this is affecting entities that we bring to the results as part of an include and not as part of the main entity that we're querying for.
Exactly. So if you remember, the way we were enumerating these things was that we were bringing the posts together with the blogs, and then we were just doing this nested loop off the navigation property. So here you can see in the query, when we select out the posts, we just slapped on the filter. And that's quite nice.
Yep.
Now this filter would also apply if I queried posts at the top level. It will apply any time that any query that we generate for posts.
Yep.
Except if you use the opt-out.
Yeah, exactly. You can turn it off. Should we show that quickly, and then we can remove it?
Okay. So let's say your application has an admin screen and an administrator can go in and undelete these things. This is how you would implement that. Ignore query filters just turns off all the query filters for the query. So we get them back again. So it's kind of like the opt-out.
Oh, cool.
Okay, multi-tenancy.
Sounds good.
Little different. Do you want to explain why we have this difference?
Yeah. So this is a little bit more sophisticated, I guess, than the other filter, because first of all, we have a tenant ID field on the DB context class that we need to reference. So we need to match the tenant ID of that particular instance of the DB context with the entities on the database. And we are keeping track of the fact that when the query filter was defined, during the execution of the model creating method on the first context, this was maybe some tenant ID that was arbitrarily set on that first instance.
Yep.
We have this optimization that we are not executing the model creating method every time you use a DB context. We only execute it once, we create the model and we cache it. But we want to always use the current value of this underscore tenant ID field. The other part that makes it a little bit more complicated is this access to the ef.property method. That is a way that you can access properties on a link query using EF core that works for every property. It works basically for properties that are first class properties on the class. It works for shadow properties, and it also works for properties that are mapped to fields. And it's an also interesting point because you can see that it starts with the EF class. You want to talk a bit about what we did there?
Sure, yeah. So we had a need for essentially like a static entry point API that you could reference from anywhere very easily. So we came up with this EF class, and its whole goal was to be static and very easy to find and very easy to type. And so we have a few of these static APIs, and they will all hang off this EF class. Another one is, I guess, compile query. So these are static methods that allow you to get more advanced query performance by taking over the caching of queries, for example. And then we have this functions property, which allows you to, similar to EF property, but within a link query, explicitly specify a database function using CLR method.
Yeah, having this static entry point give us a very good discoverability on the APIs. So basically you can learn EF by exploring what is hanging from this class, and also, of course, from the DB context class. So those are the two primary entry points that you have to use. Anything that is not related to the current DB context instance that you are using,
yep,
is going to probably be hanging from EF dot.
Yeah, and so as Diego said, in the blog we don't have a tenant ID property, so it's similar to our first example we were talking about where we're just using a field mapping. So we reference it this way.
Yeah, we did something also on save changes for this, right?
Yeah, we also did the same kind of thing. So just to step back, the reason tenant ID comes into the constructor here is because consider a web application, every request is getting a new blogging context instance. And so as part of that, as part of the request itself, we're going to have some app logic figure out what the tenant should be for that request. And then we're going to create the context with that tenant. So we're essentially scoping this context to a given tenant. So we know that this instance is for a given tenant. We've set up the filter. And then in save changes, on save changes, we can actually set the tenant because we have the right value here.
Yep.
So any entities that were added, make sure that the tenant ID is set to the current tenant.
Okay. You want to run it?
Okay. So we got the Diego's only. I think that's what we wanted. Let's just check.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There we go. I think we can change it. Jeff.
Yep.
So a key point here is kind of what Diego was alluding to before. On model creating runs once, we detected that underscore tenant ID should in fact be a parameter in the query. And so you can see here that it's parameterized. So the query is compiled once. Each time it runs, get the context instance that's running it, pull out the tenant ID from that, and plop it into the query.
I wanted to show some links, resources. So this is basically some links that you can use to learn more about Entity Framework Core and how to use it. We have all the demos that we have been showing today. Those are in a repository on GitHub under Andrew's account. It's unpit EF demos. And then we have all our source code and our issue tracking, so the backtracking. We do it all on GitHub as well. It's in this ASP.NET Entity Framework Core repository. And we have the documentation also on the Microsoft Docs website under EF Core. There is also, we are very soon going to have the Entity Framework 6 documentation alongside this one under EF6. And these are our Twitter accounts. We have an official account for EF that is called EF Magic Unicorns, that if you have run into anything that you cannot find the answer for a question on Stack Overflow, or you cannot find a way to tell whether something that you are seeing is a bug or something, you can probably ping us there and we'll respond. And we have our personal ones. And then we have this blog that is the .NET blog that we use every time we have an announcement. Is there anything else that we should talk about?
No, just encourage folks that are interested to check out our GitHub project and even potentially try and contribute. So we have a bunch of people that have already made contributions, and we're super excited when we get pull requests from the community, no matter how small or how large.
Yeah. Also, the ASP.NET documentation contains some interesting tutorials that include using EF Core. And in the documentation for EF Core, you are going to find some explanations of specific features. I recommend that you, when you are trying to learn how to use EF Core in the context of ASP.NET Core, those are like really good resources.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Hey there. Welcome back to this module on ASP.NET Core. My name is Jeff Fritz.
I'm John Galloway.
And we're going to talk a little bit in this module about authentication and authorization. Security, right?
Right. So there's a lot in there. Let's get started. I'm creating a new ASP.NET Core application. And one of the things on the dialog here is it has this thing on the right where it says change authentication. So that said no authentication. That means the application is completely anonymous.
Right. Anybody can access it.
Right, exactly. So what we're going to be showing in this section, we're going to be looking at individual user accounts. There are some others available. You can do Windows authentication for an intranet application.
So
yeah.
that would use internal Windows challenge capabilities with IIS so that it can check with Active Directory and make sure that folks are logged in.
Exactly.
Okay.
All that magical IIS intranet stuff. There's also work in school accounts, and this works with Active Directory, O365, and you can do, it has support for cloud, single, and multiple organizations. So kind of the simplest one, and I think kind of the most standard that a lot of people use is individual user accounts. This is kind of a good place to get started. And you have some options here. Storing your accounts in-app actually uses a local database for storing your information. Or you can also connect this to store in the cloud, right? So that's one nice thing is you can develop for one and you can, migrate over later. So
very good.
So we're going to do this store user accounts in-app. So I'll click OK and get started. So the first thing we're going to be looking at in here once we start this up is that our authentication is set up using middleware. So like just about everything in ASP.NET Core now, it's all configured in middleware. So if I go to my startup, we'll see if we scroll down a bit, we have in here use identity. So this is actually, this service is configured to use the identity service with default token providers, et cetera. We'll be configuring more of those in a second. And then down in here, it says app.use authentication. So that's kind of what turns it on.
And it's there inside of our configure method between static files and use MVC, so that we're not authenticating access to static files,
Exactly.
but we are going to check for authentication requirements for MVC pages.
Exactly. That's a very key point, that this middleware kind of falls through. It goes top to bottom, so it'll get called in that order. So I'll want my static files, CSS, et cetera, for my login pages, right? So
Sure.
that's important. So just right out of the box, I'm going to run this application. And then we'll go through and we'll start configuring some things in here. So when I run this, first of all, some of the things I'm going to be doing with my application, I'm going to later be setting up OAuth for login, and that's going to require SSL. The way OAuth is set up, the callbacks to my application require SSL. Fortunately, Visual Studio and IIS kind of do this for me automatically. So what this is doing is it's saying, I can create an IIS SSL certificate for you and install it locally on your machine. For development, this is a really easy way to go. So I'm going to say OK, and I'm going to memorize that SHA-1 thumbprint. Just kidding. I'm going to install this certificate. So this certificate is installed locally on my machine.
Okay.
What that allows me to do is run my application locally. You'll see in the address bar that it actually does say, get this out of here, HTTPS. So that allows me to kind of, right from the beginning of my development, start testing with SSL locally.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do is register a new user. And I'm doing this with individual user accounts. The very simplest way to do this is just create an email and password. So just create something. And there are some default password requirements. Need a capital letter, et cetera, and those are configurable. And they need to match. Let me try that again. There we go. So it is nice that it at least checks that for me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it blew up. This is actually expected, the first time through that I run this. And the reason is it needs to store my identity data somewhere.
Right.
And it's using Entity Framework for that. So this is actually the first time through that I access this. It's saying I need to create those tables for you.
So it's going to create those tables in what kind of a database for me?
So this is in my local SQL Express.
Gotcha, the local DB.
Local DB, et cetera. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So now I hit Apply Migrations, and this is creating that database for me.
So this error screen is Entity Framework saying we don't have all the database definitions created inside that database. Hey, press this button to apply and those updates.
So
Cool.
this is that migration runs. It creates those. It actually is already finished, and it says try refreshing the page. So I'm going to refresh the page. Fortunately for me, the form, when I refresh the page, it refreshes, so I don't need to type that password again. So great, there I've gone through and logged in.
And it says hello, test@test.com.
Exactly.
Cool. Okay.
So let's configure that a bit. So I'm going to go in, and I'm going to click on my account. And we'll see in here I could change my email or phone number. I can do things like sending a verification email. I could update my password.
Sure.
What I want to show here, though, is configuring two-factor authentication. And two-factor authentication is really important. This is a great feature to enable for your applications. The reason is, if someone gets my password, they can take over my account very easily. However, if I set up two-factor authentication on my phone using a two-factor authentication application, then someone would need both my password and my phone.
Sure.
Right? They need, and so it's just adding a second factor of authentication for me. So if I click on here and I say Add Authenticator App, this is going to take me to a page, and it's going to tell me, hey, you could go in, you could type in this code, And this code is actually a seed for a time-based TOTP password thing, where it regenerates a password every, I believe, 30 seconds.
Okay.
Now, we'll look at that in a second, but your users, this isn't the best experience to make them, you know, type this key into their phone.
No.
Most two-factor auth is set up on phone, and I don't want them to have to do that.
Sure.
So a nice way to kind of get this information over onto my phone is using a QR code.
Okay.
So there's actually some pretty good documentation on here, and we're just going to follow through what they're telling us to do. And it's actually surprisingly easy.
Oh, good.
So yeah, so what we're doing for this is we're actually using a JavaScript library that's going to generate a QR code for me.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So you can add this to your application, you know, any number of different ways. I'm going to do this using Bower, just because Bower's currently set up. But you could use any kind of bundling. You could use, you know, you could just download the file into your directory if you wanted to. So this is QR.js, and I'm just going to pick star. There's just one version of it, and we'll save that. And so then that's going to dump this file into, take a look here, that's now this QR code JS. So you just need to put it somewhere in your www root and know where you put it.
So you made an update to Bower JSON. You included the QR code JS line, and in the background, Visual Studio kicked off a Bower install, and it wrote the contents of that package into that QR code -js folder inside of the lib subfolder of www.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's important to note, you know, Bower was kind of a preferred way of installing packages for a while. It's going away. Bower is still maintained, but it's not kind of the recommended way really to get libraries going forward. So you'll see this probably change in the future. But the important point here really is get this library and put it in your www root.
Okay.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to look in our Pages Account Manage Enable Authenticator view. So I go to Pages Account Manage Enable Authenticator. So, and again, that was spelled out for me right here in the docs. Next, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of the script section, and I'm going to paste this in. And the important thing here is to make sure that my path to the script is correct. So, and I want to put this below my validation scripts partial. Okay. So all I'm doing here is putting in the script that is going to enable generating client-side QR code. So now I'm actually going to go here, and I'll take advantage of Visual Studio's autocomplete, and autocomplete set that up, you know, that completes that for me, and I know it's going to work, right?
Right.
So now that that's there, I'll run this again, and we'll see when we go to that page, we'll actually, when we go to enable two-factor auth, so if I say configure authenticator app, now this is my QR code.
Fancy.
So yeah, so that QR code just like it makes an easy way for me to get this data onto my phone.
Okay.
So the next step that I would do is actually on my phone, I would take a snapshot. I would go into my authenticator app and I would scan this QR code, and it'll say great, added, and it'll do all the magic registration.
It'll start generating codes for me.
Yeah. Now, because we want to kind of go through and show how this works, I'm actually going to use a test online authenticator app that can do this for me.
Okay.
So if I go in here and I copy this code, this is something you might want to do just in development in order to kind of make sure that your two-factor auth is working.
And then you don't end up polluting your personal authenticator on your phone with all these test codes.
Exactly, exactly. So I can call this, you know, whatever I want, MVA2FA, and then I paste in this secret key. This secret key is kind of the seed that's going to create these two-factor auth numbers that I'm going to actually type in.
So there's my 6-digit number I would use to authenticate.
Exactly. So now what I need to do is I need to go into, now you watch, see that just rolled over every 30 seconds.
Yep.
So now I need to go into this and I need to give it my auth code. Once I do this, it verifies it and it says, great, two-factor auth is set up.
Cool. Now what are these?
Well, what happens if I lose my phone?
Oh.
Right? Or I get a new phone or whatever.
Right, you drop it in a stream or something. My gosh.
Exactly. So what they do for this is they give me these recovery keys. So these recovery keys are something I can use, and I recommend putting these in a secure place.
Now those are 2 columns of 5 keys, right?
A total of 10 keys.
Okay.
Yep. So these are keys that you want to keep these, but you want to keep them somewhere secure, somewhere secret and secure, right? So now let's log out and log in, and this time we'll see using two-factor auth. So I'm going to hit login. I'm going to type in test, and we'll see if I can type my password.
Yeah, get past that first factor authentication before we get to the second. Oh no!
There it is.
All right.
See, it requires an uppercase, a number, and
special character.
Special character. Yep. So now it says, "What's your authenticator code?" Now I would go onto my phone and I would look up my app that I just registered, and it'll give me a number. So in this case, I'm going to my pretend phone, and I look here and I see this is my two-factor auth number, my authenticator code. So I'll hit that. Now, what I would normally want to do is say remember on this machine. Or I'd likely want to do that because I don't want to necessarily have to type that in every single time.
And you're in.
I'm in. Now let's look one more time and we'll see what happens. Let's see if I can maybe type my password this time. No, I should have saved my password, huh? Okay, so now, oh no, my phone exploded into 1,000 pieces. What am I going to do? So now I'm going to actually go in here and say log in using a recovery code. So I can grab one of these, and what I recommend doing is actually delete it. So I did Control X.
These are one-time use.
They're one-time use. Once I use that thing, then it's gone. So then I'll go in here and go log in. And now my two-factor auth worked.
Okay.
And what you can do, if you want to at that point, is you can actually go reset recovery codes.
Oh, and get a new collection of 10 codes.
So now it regenerated all those old codes that I generated. Those are all worthless now, so I'm just going to paste this over, right? And you can put this in, say, OneDrive, OneNote, somewhere secure, though, because someone gets these, they can bypass your two-factor auth.
Absolutely.
So let's kind of review what we did here. We went in and we first saw the different options that are available. We looked in our startup and we saw kind of how things are configured and that use authentication kind of is already wired up for me, and this stuff about token providers and stuff, that's already there. Then we went in, created a basic account, and then we went in and did our authentication. Now, one other kind of minor thing, but you'll want to actually, there's the thing in there that says, hey, here's how you can create, let me see. The first time when you go in and you set up two-factor auth, there's a little note there that says, here's how to enable it.
I think it was under Configure Authenticator app?
Configure Authenticator app, that's it. Yeah, so here you'll delete this line.
Sure.
So
we don't want to ship that instruction.
Exactly. So, but that's basically it. So this is pretty sophisticated. This will allow you to keep your customers' application secure. Yeah, pretty great.
Cool. All right. Hope you come back and join us in a little bit. We're going to take a look at some more authentication options in the next video. Hey there. Welcome back to this module about ASP.NET Core. My name is Jeff Fritz.
I'm John Galloway.
And John, we built an application in that last video where we showed how to log in to our application, but I've already got a Microsoft account and a Twitter account and a Facebook account. Can I use one of those to log into my application?
Well, yeah, that's exactly what we'll show. And you know, passwords are terrible.
They are.
If you remember in the last thing, I kept mistyping my password. I want to manage as few passwords as possible. And you know, as an application developer, I want to manage as few passwords as possible. I don't want people breaking into my application and stealing user passwords. People sometimes reuse passwords on other sites. I don't want to deal with that. So what's a lot better is if I can let people log into my application using, you know, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, etc., and let them deal with it.
Sure.
So we'll show how to do that. I'm on my application.
Okay.
And I'm going to click on Login. And when I do that, you'll see over on the left side it has this kind of standard user account with email and password, right? Over on the right side, though, it says there's no external authentication services configured. See this article for details.
So more boilerplate text there that instruct us how to configure the application if we want to add the feature.
Exactly. This is prompting me. This is saying all you've got set up right now is username and password. There are some steps to configure it in your application so that it can use external authentication services.
Okay.
But here's how to do it. Now, you need to go through these different steps for each provider. So for Facebook, for Twitter, for Google, for Microsoft, for other OpenID or OAuth 2 providers. So you'll need to go through and configure that. It's not a whole lot of steps.
Okay.
But so we're going to go through in this one. I'm going to use the Microsoft account, but you could use whatever, and the steps are all kind of written out here in the docs. And it was off that link I clicked right in my application there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start with creating an application using a Microsoft application, right? So I'm going to go in and I've gone to apps.dev.microsoft.com.
Okay.
And I'm going to click on Add an App. So now I need to give it, my MVA sample. And then I could go through here, there's this guided setup. And if I do that, it's actually going to kind of give me like a little wizard and point me at some sample code and stuff. But I'm an expert here. I've done this a bajillion times, so I'm just going to click on Create. And so it's going to go out and provision a new application for me. So now let's make sure that we're kind of following along here, and I'm going to go in and find where it's got my Microsoft instructions. So this is kind of showing how to configure it on the Microsoft side, right? So you'll log in, you will create, and there you'll see there's my application I've just added.
Okay.
All right. So now let's kind of work through this. So in here, that's my name. As I work down the list, I will need to generate a new password. So when I click this generate password, it's a secret. I'm going to use this in my application, and I need to store this. So when this pops up, it's only going to show it to me once. So I just copied that, and I'm going to go over into Notepad here, and I'm going to paste that down here. So this is from a previous one. That's my password there. And then here is my application ID. So those are the two things I'm going to need to configure in my app in order to do that. So I'm actually going to be pasting these in as secrets into my application. So just while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here and this here. This is going to be information I'm going to be using in my application in just a minute.
So these two data points, this is effectively the user ID and password that your application will use to access the Microsoft account website and do a check on user IDs and passwords.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
So my application needs a way to call into a Microsoft account to the Microsoft or whatever it is, Twitter, Google, et cetera, and say,
Sure.
Hi, I'm this registered application. I need you to look up a user for me.
Okay.
So that's how we're doing that. So then here I'm going to click in, I'm going to say Add Platform. And at this point, I'm going to need a URL for this. And this part actually is important. You got to get, it's all important, but this part is if you get this wrong, it's just not going to work. And you'll be frustrated, right? unlike some other errors that you can get developing, if you get this part wrong, it just doesn't work. You know, you don't get an error message, you just get a couldn't find your application kind of thing. So what I need to do is I'm going to look at my app, and I have this URL. It's localhost blah blah blah, right? So I'm going to copy that part in here, and then I need to get this second part, which is sign in -Microsoft. So within my application, there's actually there's kind of a route generated to enable this callback. So I'm going to go like that, right? So what this tells the Microsoft account registration thing is, here's how you, once you kind of look this person up, here's how you call back into my application and say they're good to go.
Okay.
Right?
And it'll notify your application that it's John Galloway signed in with his Microsoft account.
Exactly. It'll pass that information over who that person is. So an important thing here is once you type that in, you got to hit the save button.
Okay.
So I got that wrong before I went through, and I was like, what's going on? Why isn't that working? So that is an important step. So now that we have that information configured over on the Microsoft side, on the Microsoft account side.
Okay.
Now I need to take that information, here's that password and all that, and I need to configure this in my app. Okay? So I actually want to do this using the secret management thing that's built into ASP.NET Core.
Okay.
So remember, I've got these things here. This is my my application ID and password.
Right.
And you know, I might be tempted to just go and put this in my app config, or you know, my
in your app settings JSON. Ooh,
exactly.
Don't do that.
That's a bad idea, right? Because oops, I might check that into source control, etc.
Absolutely.
I don't want to do that. So there's a thing built in to ASP.NET Core that has, it's called user secrets. And so I can just go in, oops, I can grab this bit here and paste that in. So this user secrets thing is just a standard JSON file.
Right.
And what this is doing, this will not get checked into source control. And what I'm going to want to do then is when I deploy this application to production, say I'm using Azure, I would go in and set an application setting for that. I would set an environment variable in another server, et cetera. I want to store this on the server as an environment variable and not in source code with my application.
Right.
Make sense? Okay.
Keep production configuration in production.
Exactly. Okay. So now the one final thing I need to do is I've got these secrets stored, and I need to go in and I need to tell it, hey, use a Microsoft account, and here's how to look up that application ID and password. So I'm going to go into my startup, and right below the place where it does the add identity. So here's where it kind of configured the basic identity. I'm going to, on this line here, I need to stop my app in order to make source code changes. So I'll go in here and I'll paste that. So this says, add authentication, turn on the Microsoft account, and for the Microsoft account, use this client ID and this client secret. So they use some different names, client ID, client secret. You'll notice in here that, you know, like the Microsoft account called it something slightly different.
Yeah,
but
they called it a password.
But there's basically, it's a user ID and some sort of password secret sort of thing.
Okay.
Right? So now I've got that set up. I'll verify in my steps that I'm done here. So here it calls that out about the difference in terminology. And now I can just run my application. Now in my case, I've already signed in with my Microsoft account, so hopefully I'll just be able to kind of click through and it'll work. All right, so it's starting on up. So now I'm going to log out as test.test.com. I'm going to hit login. And now I want to, and you'll see this button here is lit up. So if I go through that help and I configure also, say, Twitter and Google, et cetera, those will show up here too.
Cool.
So now I'm going to click on this. It calls over, it redirects over. Now I've got a few different accounts with Microsoft accounts. Fortunately, Microsoft has kind of support for that, right? So here it says, okay, we need your permission. The thing I want to verify here as a user is that it's my Microsoft sample, which is the application that I, you know, that I think it is, right? And then I'll say yes. And so now it's continuing that, it's logging in, now it's redirected back into my application. This would be the part where if I had gotten that callback URL wrong, this is where it would have blown up.
Oh, you would have just ended up in Never Never Land.
It would have, the Microsoft authentication thing would have said, couldn't find this. It would show me an error. Right. So now it says, great, we logged you in. We looked up your email address for that Microsoft account, so you can just click register. And now, this is me.
Cool.
And so if I click through on this, it shows here's my external login. And that's my registered external login. You can have more than one registered external login for a user, which is kind of neat. And then I could go in and configure things like two-factor auth, et cetera.
And still increase the security
Exactly.
of your account on this application.
Exactly. So what we saw here was kind of the basic steps of going in and getting out of the password management business. I don't want to manage passwords in my application. I want another bigger service where people run around with pagers and worry about that stuff all day long. So what I've done is set up an external authentication provider using Microsoft, and I've shown you where you could also hook up Google, Twitter, etc.
Cool. All right. Thanks so much for sticking around and seeing about how to configure authentication here. I hope you come back and join us for our next video where we're going to start talking about authorization.
Hi, I'm John Galloway.
And I'm Jeff Fritz.
And we've been talking about logging into an application, setting up simple identity. So this is both, setting up, like registering a user.
Sure.
And then also enabling two-factor authentication so that we, make sure my password, somebody can't just take my password and log into the site.
Sure, you're authenticating somewhere else. Maybe it's Twitter, a Microsoft account, Facebook, sure.
Exactly. So now that we've got that set up, what can we do with it?
Sure, we want to look now at how do I grant folks access to specific features, right? We've gone through authentication. Are you the person you say you are? Let's now look at authorization. Hey, John, are you allowed to access these features of my application?
Great.
So let's take a look here on my machine. I've got a sample already started up here with a couple of features already built just to get us through some of the boilerplate capabilities. So this is a new application, a new ASP.NET Core 2.0 application, and I've already got my identity configuration in my startup class here, but I've changed my database to use the in-memory database, and I've just called it auth sample.
So the in-memory database is a great way for working with test data or something that you want to just have created every time you start up your application.
Every time I start, let's rebuild that database. Consequently, I need to also put some seed data in that database every time I start up. Okay. So down here in my configure method, I added a call into something that I called sample data to initialize that database, and I'm passing in the application services. That's a reference to the dependency injection provider that we have. Okay. So I'll go over into that sample data method, and I want you to see I'm actually using the same things that we have in our register page to create a new user. So I first have to reach in and get a service scope for my dependency injection provider, and I have to call get required service iService scope factory. So this is the reference to the exact version, the current context that I need to create objects from that dependency injection provider.
Okay.
So now that I have that, I can start saying get service.
Okay, so just to make sure this makes sense to me and everyone else, the idea is you're going to be working with services and things that are provided, like for instance, the user management, those sorts of service, logging also. So
Right.
you need to talk to the service scope factory. You need to get the current service scope so that you can work with those services.
Right. I'm working around the way we would do constructor injection in our other classes because I'm interacting with that provider directly.
Okay.
And I need to declare my scope that I'm working in. So I'm going to get a reference to the hosting environment, and if I'm not in development mode, don't do any of this initialization. I then grab a reference to the role manager, and I want to start creating roles. And this is important. You need to have roles in your database if you're going to assign folks to a role. So I create 2 roles, one called admin and one called power users. I wait for those to finish being created, and then I'm going to log some information to the console that I accurately added those roles. Next, I get access to our user manager, and this is what happens inside of our register CS_HTML. So in the normal flow of things, when someone registers as a new user, we create a new application user with their username and email equal to whatever email address was keyed in, and we say user manager, create that user with this incoming user, and then whatever password was keyed in. So in my sample data class here, I'm going to do that exact same thing. I create a new application user with a default email and username, jeff@test.com. It's easy to remember, something for me to test with. And then I'm going to create that user with this very, very super secret, highly secured password that uses uppercase, lowercase, a number, and a special character.
No one can ever crack that.
Nobody can ever crack that. Okay, and then I'm going to log that information just so that I'm aware of that and I can see that in my console.
Okay, so a couple of things here. One that I like is, well, you are kind of having to write some custom code. You're continuing to work with the providers, the user manager, all those things that the rest of the application works. So you're not like cheating or hacking around in there.
No,
no. And what's nice is your code will continue to work maybe as the user manager gets bug fixes or whatever.
Yep.
Another thing, just you've got a password where you're showing this here. Obviously, we talked about in other sessions where we use things like the secret storage and that kind of thing, right? So this is an example to show we're creating a password in line, but you would pull that out of secret storage or something.
Sure. You could absolutely put these things into configuration somewhere so that you pull it in from that location and then it's only saved on your machine.
Okay.
This is development mode.
Sure.
This is a sample. I want you to see these things so that it's a little bit clearer where the values are coming from.
Okay.
So I'm going to go from here and go into my Solution Explorer, and I want to show you one last thing before I get started, and that is inside of my project file, I have a call here on line 12. I'm adding a new tool into the mix here called the .NET Watcher. Okay? The .NET Watcher is a feature that we can use on the command line to watch our application, and as C# files change, automatically recompile and rerun whatever command we passed into it. What this will let us do is, as we go through this exercise, and you can use this when you're writing your code, is you can execute all of your code as you type it in and save it. It'll rebuild, and you can revisit the website and see those changes immediately.
Kind of the same experience I get when I'm editing my Razor views, where those are picked up immediately. This is doing that with your C# code as well.
Absolutely.
Great.
So let me kick that off, and let's look at the website the way it is right now. So I'm going to start a command prompt, and I'm going to jump into that folder. This is identity authorization sample. All right. And now I can use that watch command by saying .NET watch, and then what I want it to actually execute when there's a change. And I'm going to say execute the run command. So now the watch has started. It's going to do its build operation here and start running and hosting my, my application. So there we go. It's running the application, and you see here the log information that I told it to write out. Added the admin and power users roles, created our test user with that super secure password.
Yep.
And it's listening on localhost 52764. So let me copy that, and I will go over to my browser and navigate to that location, and there's my application. Okay? I can click login, and I will log in with jeff@test.com with my password, and I'm logged in. Don't save my password, and I get my username appearing here on the top right.
Okay.
Cool. This is where we left off.
That's the same. That's the same as if you had gone in and clicked register, basically. That's
Absolutely.
done that in code.
Yep, we've done that in code. We've got it saved in memory so that we can jump through and do some testing here and learn a little bit now about authorization, now that we've made authentication really easy and in test mode, if you will.
Okay.
Okay, so now let's go back to my code and let's start preventing access to some things. I'm going to go over to the About page. So here's Pages, and I'll go to the About page. Now, this is the code that we would be showing on the page when I navigate to it. When I click there, I see this. Well, what if I want to require folks to be logged in order to access that page? What you can do is you go in your Razor Page page model, and you can decorate this class with the authorize attribute.
Okay.
So this says users must be authorized to access this with no other information. They just have to be authorized. They have to be authenticated, and we don't really need to know more information
Just
about
anyone
them.
that's logged into my site.
Yep.
Okay.
So I will save that change. And if we look over here, you'll see this is what the watch is doing for me. It sees that a file changed, it recompiled, and it's rerunning
Nice.
my application.
Yeah.
So now if I click the About page, it's not going to the About page. It went to the Login page. And if you look up here on the top, right, it says account login return URL is about. So it's saying you weren't allowed to access this, and it routed me over here to show this content instead. You have to log in, and then we'll take you back over there. And this is all wired up for me so that when I key in that information, it does take me back to the page I requested.
Okay.
So the authorize attribute lets us get in and access those appropriate things. But that's just if folks are logged in, right? We have a role out there called administrator. Maybe I want to protect this page and say, you know what? Only administrators are allowed to access this.
Okay. So this is where I would go in and change only admin kind of things
Absolutely.
on my site, right?
If this was an
Inventory
admin,
or whatever.
yes. If this was admin features, we want to restrict that. What you can do now is enhance that authorized attribute, and you can say roles equals, and then specify the names of the roles that you must have in order to access this.
Got it.
So I will say you must be an admin to access this page. And now if I go back and I refresh this, access denied. You don't have access to this resource. So this is actually the access denied page, and it's got some boilerplate information here to say you don't have access.
Okay.
Not bad, okay. But how do I make sure that folks have access to this role, that they're members of this role when they're being created? So let me grant access to the admin role to my Jeff test user. So I'll go back into my sample data. Now, if you were using the registered facilities that we have here and using identity, you would need to build some sort of a page to manage access to roles and grant users access to different roles. But you would use pretty much the same feature here where you would say user manager dot add to role, and then I specify the user that I'm adding to that role. So I'm going to specify user because that's my Jeff test user here. And then I can give it the name of the role that I want to add them to. So admin. And now, you know what, let's throw in a wait in front of that. Much better. So now it's going to recompile, and I should be able to come back here, refresh this page, and actually see my About page again, because Jeff is an admin.
Nice.
Not yet. He has to log out and log back in.
Okay.
It's added. Those roles are added when you are logged in. So About, and now I can get into the page.
Okay.
Because I'm now a member of that role.
Great.
Okay?
Okay.
So roles are pretty easy. That's a pretty standard thing that people can get their arms around. They're familiar with roles in their operating system. They've seen using roles in applications before. So it's it's a pretty common concept to add users to a role.
Something like an admin role.
Exactly.
Content manager role, or whatever it is. Okay.
Editor of my website. So what if you want to actually work directly with specific claims about a user, right? These are those user properties that for a security concern you want to know.
Okay.
Okay? So perhaps we need to enforce and say, you know what? We know there's rules in Canada where only Canadians can access certain features of an application, right? They have rules in Canada around government data must be hosted on government servers.
Sure, a
these
lot of
types
countries
things.
do that. Yeah.
Yes. So what if we want to enforce that only Canadians can access this page? So that means we need to create what's called a policy, not just a role, but a policy that we're going to enforce on a specific claim being present with a certain value.
Okay.
So let's take a look at that. So I'm going to come back into my code. I'm going to go over to the startup page. And now, inside of my configure services, I'm going to add some capabilities now to define these additional policies. So what we do is we call add authorization, and then we can start to configure policies. So let's add an initial policy called Canadians only, okay? And what we can do then is specify about the policy that the policy requires a specific claim, and then we need to name that claim that we're going to check on. So I'll say claim types dot country.
So there's some predefined claim types then?
Yeah, these are standard claim types that are available to you under the claim types enumeration, and there's all kinds of things in here. If they're anonymous, their country, their date of birth. There's some web applications that you need to be a certain age in order to access features, particularly around the alcohol industry in the United States. There's one example.
Yep. So those are predefined ones, but I can also do just a string there as well. I can
Absolutely.
do require claim. Okay, great.
You're absolutely right. So let me key in country. Now, at this point, it's just requiring the presence of a country claim. I want to specify a specific country, so I can comma and key in an array of required values or just a specific value that I want. So I'm going to specify Canada.
Okay.
So now I have a policy called Canadians only, and you're required to be from Canada. So if I save that, that policy is being built and added in by my .NET Watcher. Let me go back over to my About page, and where I specified roles equals admin, what I can now do is I can say policy equals, and I'm going to make sure I copy this correctly. My Canadians only policy name, I'll copy that string, paste it in here, and save. And now my Jeff user isn't a Canadian.
No.
My Jeff user is an admin, but not a Canadian. So he shouldn't be able to access this page. So I will log in as Jeff.
And while you're doing that, I think it's good to point out there we moved from a role, specific role, to a policy. And people I've talked to have said policy-based is kind of the way to go, right? You want to move towards claims and policies because they're much more configurable, and you're not, oh, this person's in this role or this. It's a lot more rich, the kind of information you can
lot of
provide.
flexibility in there in how you configure your policy.
Okay.
So I'm logged in as Jeff again, and when I click About, I don't have access to this resource.
You're not
Even though it's an
Canadian.
admin,
Yeah.
I'm not Canadian
Wow.
and can't access it. So how do we grant those claims to our user? So I'll come back into my sample data, and I will add that claim to my user. So add, and I will add a claim asynchronously. I specify the user, and then that claim that I'm creating. And so the type was claim types country, and the name of that country is Canada. So I'll save that, and now I'm adding Jeff and his Canadian citizenship to my application. I'll go back over to my website. I will click Log Out because I want to log in and make sure that I receive that claim information.
Sure.
So now I am logging in as Jeff. So I'm logged in, and let me click the About page, and now I'm granted access.
Okay.
So I have that claim. I have access to an admin role, but it was only the Canadian claim that I needed in order to get access to this. But realistically, there's scenarios where a global admin needs access to these things that Canadians have access to.
Right.
So what if I want to enforce and say, you can be an admin or a Canadian to access this page?
You just need one of those two things.
You just need one. You need
Okay.
that or, right? What we can do is we can create a little bit more complex requirement in code with a requirement class. Now, I've already written out this class for us, and it's sitting over here inside of my requirements folder called Canadian Requirement.
Okay.
Now, this class, it inherits from the authorization handler of type Canadian Requirement, because we're going to handle the authorization for this requirement, and it's an I authorization requirement. That interface in that abstract class requires this one method, handle requirement async, and let me carriage return here so we can see everything. And that receives a context, and then that requirement we're checking. So here's where I'm doing that or check. If the user is in role admin, then they've succeeded at this requirement. If they have the claim country, and that claim is Canada, they've succeeded also. And then task completed task.
Great.
So
if I get to the end of this task completed, then and I haven't matched either of those, then it's going to fail out.
Right, by default, a requirement fails.
Okay.
So now I can enforce this requirement by creating a policy called Canadians or admins. So let's create that policy real quick here.
And you're just adding another policy, so your existing Canadians only policy is still in effect.
Absolutely.
And so you can have multiple policies and you just stack them up.
You just keep stacking them up. You're right. So I'm going to say policy.addRequirements, and I'm going to say new
And you pass
Canadian
that class
requirement.
in, right? Okay.
Okay. Now that's a class. I could pass in constructor arguments. I could configure it however I want. Maybe I want to just have a nationality requirement, and I want to pass in not just Canada. Maybe I want to pass in instead United States and have an American requirement. You can do that also. But for this, that's a very simple configuration, and now I can use that same policy if I go back over to my About page, and I can change that, and it will now enforce you can be a Canadian or an admin and be able to access this page.
And I'm guessing those could be that policy attribute, those could be comma delimited or something, right? I
Yes.
can put in a list of policies.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So now I'm going to take away my Canadian citizenship.
All right, it's been revoked. Rough day for you.
Rough day, man. So now I'll log out and log back in. And I click About, and I can access the page.
Because you're an admin.
Because I'm an admin. But one final thing that we should do, it's kind of bad form to show that About link if you can't access it.
Right, that's just mean.
It's rude, right? That's not being a good citizen.
And that's pretty common. Once I log into a site as an admin, I'll see new links appear.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what you can do to enforce those checks and show and hide features on your page, I'm going to go into my layout where that About link exists. And I'm going to inject a feature here that will allow me to check for authorization. So I'm going to inject the I authorization service, and I will just call this authorization service. I'm going to want a using statement there to make sure that Microsoft ASP.NET Core, to make sure that it
That you can call the...
that I can
Yeah.
call it. Yep. So there we go. My authorization service is highlighted because I have the appropriate using statement. And now I can go down to my About, and I can hide that by just wrapping it with a normal if statement. So if, and I will say await authorization service dot authorize async, and I'm going to check the current user against the Canadians or admin policy. All right, let me just verify that policy name. Nope, it's Canadian or admin. All right. And if I need to check to see if that succeeded. If it did, then we will show the About link.
Great.
All right. Let me go back over to my page. I'm not logged in, and I'll refresh, and my About is gone.
Huh?
Because I don't have...
You haven't logged in.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not logged in, I'm not an admin, and I'm not Canadian. If I log in now, and now I have the About link.
Okay.
I can click it, and it works. So I have that complete experience of granting and revoking access to this page. And now I can also grant and revoke visibility to these links to these pages by using that authorization service inside of my Razor views.
Okay, so I want to take you back a ways. So we looked at doing all this in code during the app startup. Like we configured the user, we created you as a user in code, and we added you to the role. What if I wanted to say during the registration process, maybe I've got a drop down where I collect the user's country, right? So what I'm hoping is because you've used the user manager and all those kind of services, you could do that same kind of logic during the registration process?
Absolutely. So where I called add to role async or add a claim async here inside of my sample data that I was initializing, I could certainly copy those out and paste them here into my registration page where it's actually going and creating that user, sending those email confirmations. I could put those modifications in here so that we enhance that user's profile information as they're being created.
Perfect. Okay, so let me try and wrap up all the stuff you covered, because it was quite a bit.
But it was.
Okay, so we started at the beginning of the session where we had just set up simple identity. I'm able to authorize to authenticate a user.
Correct, yes.
So now I know who that user is, but I haven't done anything to restrict what they can do or can see.
Yep.
Then you showed how to use those services to create a user in code and to assign them to a role.
Yep.
And then after that, you showed how to assign policies and to kind of turn those policies on for specific views and say you can only see this thing, you can only click on this link if you are in a role or have met a policy, and you defined a custom policy that kind of took it to the next level.
A custom requirement that gave us the ability to write some code beyond just a simple string match of the word Canada or admin, right? I could do more complex testing, like that date of birth. I could test to see if those folks are over 21 today, and then allow them access.
Great.
So,
wow.
So that's all we did here, and so that's the story.
Thanks for joining us. I hope you'll stick around for the next video where we'll continue digging into ASP.NET Core.
Hey there, welcome back to this course on ASP.NET Core. My name is Jeff Fritz.
And I'm Scott Hanselman.
And in this module, we're going to take a look at building APIs with ASP.NET Core.
Yep, we're going to try, if we can, without any cuts or any editing.
One shot.
To build an API. We're going to do it for real. And if we make a mistake or if it doesn't compile, we'll hopefully check each other.
We'll fix it.
And the goal here is to build something that is somewhat non-trivial.
Yes.
We'll build a real web API. We'll use real web API tools in order to talk to it. We'll show you Postman. We'll show you Visual Studio. We're going to do it all, of course, in ASP.NET Core. You've seen us in other modules talk about Razor pages. In this one, we're going to be talking about web APIs. But what's nice about it is it's all ASP.NET Core.
Yes.
So if you have already made a Razor page, you're going to discover that you can, in fact, have your web APIs in your same project as your Razor pages, which is nice.
Absolutely. It's the same technology. You can put the pieces together that you need to make the application with those appropriate Lego pieces that snap together.
Exactly. All right, so we're going to do one that is for ticketing. Maria asked me to fit Beyonce in any way possible. So we'll assume this is some kind of a concert ticketing system, but that's the general idea. So I am here in Visual Studio 2017. I happen to be using Visual Studio Community, which is my preferred version. So I'm going to say File, New, Project, and I'll just zoom in here. I've got a choice under Visual C# for web. There's web applications using the full .NET framework, the .NET framework that runs on Windows.
Yep.
We're using, of course, ASP.NET Core, which runs on Windows and also Linux and Mac. So we'll double click on that. And that's going to pop up a number of choices. You're going to want to, if you're following along, confirm that you're using ASP.NET Core 2 or 2.1 or whatever version is the newest. You'll notice if you pick an older version, you'll have fewer choices. Now, these are just building on top of each other. This is important. They are all web applications, right?
Yep.
They're all ASP.NET Core. If I pick this one, it's got the most stuff, and it's meant for using Reacts and Redux. I'm not doing Angular. I am going to be using Model View Controller because it's all part of the larger system, but I'm not going to have Razor pages in my particular one, so I just get a little bit smaller, more of a core, the essence of my application. But to be clear, even if you pick one of these, you can either add stuff or strip things out, can't you?
Yeah, these are all, right, we're building on the shoulders of the previous project templates before them.
Exactly.
So the API, yes, it doesn't have Razor formatting for views.
But
the
you
web
can add it.
application has those features added on top of it.
Exactly. So for now, we'll pick Web API, and we'll go and create that project. That is going to be an ASP.NET Core project running on .NET Core here in Visual Studio 2017. I want to open up the Solution Explorer, and while that is getting itself ready, we'll just zoom in and take a look. We've got some default controllers here. They gave us a values controller by default.
Yeah, very simple controller. Looks and feels like what we've seen in older versions of ASP.NET.
Doesn't do anything complicated, returns a list of strings. We can just take a brief look at that. I'm going to hit Control F5. Control F5, of course, starts without debugging. F5 will start with debugging. So we're going to do a quick build, pop up in that, and then you can see that returned those two values. There's a little bit of JSON there.
Right.
That's these values here. Okay?
So we returned an array, and on the way out, Web API and the API controller format those as a JSON array to meet that JSON MIME type that we're delivering in.
Now I've got this browser here, which is Edge. I've also got Chrome. But when you're making APIs, it's a good idea to have a client that's a little smarter about APIs. Otherwise, you're just going to get either in Edge here, black and white text, or in Chrome, you might have some colored text. But it's nice. I use Postman, which is a great tool, that lets me do a get. So I'm just going to go and paste in that same URL. Notice that I'm doing it while it's running, right?
Oh, yeah.
Got to make sure it's running. And I hit send. And they send me back this pretty printed version, right? That was the raw text that we saw in the browser. The benefits here is that I can say it's pretty, and then if I didn't get it back the way I wanted, I could hint it in different directions. So Postman is going to be kind of our browser of choice
Right. It gives us the ability to add authorization into our request or change headers and specify different ways that we want to interact that are not quite those default things that the browser is going to use every time.
Right, right. There are ways to do this in the browser, but Postman is just a great API checker. So you can install that. We notice, of course, that this has a 200 OK. It took no time at all, and it's really no size at all. So
right. That 200 is a standard HTTP status code. 200 means OK. There's other status codes that we'll run into a little bit later here in the video where we'll use other status codes to indicate how the processing of the API succeeded or failed.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we are going to make a model for this that is called tickets, and we're going to use a little database, but the database we're going to use is going to be an in-memory database, right? Because we're not doing an entity framework course here. This is a Web API course.
Sure.
For simplicity's sake, I'm going to just use an in-memory database. And I'm going to make a new class, and I'm going to call it, we'll call it ticket item. Ticket item. Okay. I should have renamed that better. Ticket item. All right. And I know that I'm going to use the entity framework, the Microsoft Entity Framework core here. So I'll bring that in. And I'm going to say, we'll zoom in a bit. Let's think about what a ticket would have. We're going to say prop tab. We'll give it a long for an ID. ID is good. Prop tab string. Maybe a, I'm not doing so good with my props there. Concert, maybe?
Sure.
And
that ID might be like the ticket number that you'd see printed on someone's stub, right?
Yeah. Artist.
Of course.
And then let's do a prop that is a Boolean. I don't know, maybe available. This is just kind of some nonsense for what we're doing here.
Okay.
Okay. So there's the shape of a ticket, right? That's cool. And we can put we need a database class. We can put that anywhere. I could put it in the same folder here, or I could put it in the same file. But I could also put it somewhere else, I suppose. Public class. I can move it later. Ticket context.
There's actually a Visual Studio tool that will help you refactor and move that to a different class, different file if you'd like.
All right. So then we'll have a constructor for our ticket context, and that is going to take in some options, some DB context options for this ticket context. We'll just name them options. And at this point, it's just going to pass them up to the base. Pass them up to the base library there, options. So that's going to go up to the class above us.
The DB context class.
DB context, because we are derived from DB context, exactly. And then our ticket items, we're going to have not just one, but multiple ticket item, and we'll call them ticket items, plural. Okay?
Cool.
Does that look legit to you? Let's take a look.
Looks good to me.
So we've got a ticket item, little database to put it in, and our
yeah, those options, it's important you receive that in the constructor because that's going to contain things like the database connection string and the database provider that it needs to configure for us.
And we don't have to do anything with it in this case. We do receive it, and then we pass it along.
Yep, just pass it along.
Okay. Let's take a look at our startup. Now, in previous courses and previous modules, we talked about how you add the services that you want, you add them into your pile, and then you use them or you set them up to do whatever you want to do. So here, of course, we add MVC, which includes our Web API and all those things. And then down here, we use it. And in other videos, we saw that we added in routing and other kind of stuff that you can add. But I think the default routes will be OK for what we're doing. Now, on top of this MVC service, in this pile of services, this collection of services, we're going to go and add in that DB context that we made there. We're going to say, hey, there's this ticket context out there, and remember those options. We're going to go and make a little setting there. We're going to say use, and you notice here I want to say use in-memory database, but it doesn't show up because in-memory database is an add-on. Okay, it's a thing that you would go and get later. Now here it says, well, we don't have the in-memory database and nothing's available. Maybe it's over here in Entity Framework Core.
In that namespace, yeah.
It'll go and add that namespace. That namespace just showed up at the top there. Okay, so I go back down here, and I can hit Control dot again, and I'm seeing that there we go, in-memory database, and we'll give it a name, ticket list. Okay, and then we close it, and we close it.
Yep.
And then we're good. Okay, and I don't think we need to bring in our models because I don't think we're going to use them here. So that should work. Let's see if that compiles. Looks like it did. So clearly we can ship it.
Absolutely, we're done.
We've done nothing.
We can ship 2 values.
All right. Now, we've got our ticket. We've told it that we're going to use an in-memory database for our ticket context. We can add a controller. So I'm going to right-click, and I'll say Add. Now, before I said Add New Item, and then picked it from a list. Here we're going to say Add Controller. Now, this is an interesting one. There's a bunch of different scaffolding choices you can use. You can do like your MVC controllers for your Razor and your HTML. You can do an API controller. Now, here we've got empty, but I've also got one called Entity Framework. I could cheat, couldn't I?
Oh, yeah.
Not cheat. Cheat isn't the right word. I could fast forward time and say scaffold it all. I would make a complete CRUD, create, read, update, delete. Do you want me to do that, or are we going to build this from scratch?
Let's do this by hand, just so we can walk through and talk a little bit more towards what each one of the methods are and how you need to interact with those CRUD items.
Okay, so we'll do that. So I'm going to make a new empty controller. So it's going to go and think about that, and we'll call it the ticket controller.
Yeah.
Now, because it's firing up this scaffolding system, this will just take a moment, and it also wants to make sure that the project can build after the fact. This is a little bit slower than just saying add new item and making a text file, because right now it's looking at my system, and if it was going to scaffold a bunch of stuff.
It's adding in those features that weren't previously in there. If you were to go and add another controller at this point, those features have already been added to this project. It doesn't need to re-add them at this point.
Now, this is interesting. Here it says, well, I'm going to assume that this is a route at route API/ticket, so it's describing the URL.
Yes.
A little tip here for you, though. You could also go like this, and that's saying whatever the name of that controller is.
That thing before controller in the name of the class.
Right, so the word controller in that case is a well-known name, magic name. But I could also make this, foo. So API/foo would go to ticket controller. In this case, API/ticket, or I could hard code API/ticket. So you got a lot of choices there. Routing and attribute routing gives you a lot of choices here. And then this seems pretty clear. Produces application/JSON, makes some JSON.
We're forcing the MIME type that we're going to be interacting with, where if we didn't use that, it could actually adapt and respond appropriately if it requests XML.
Interesting.
Instead of JSON.
So we could even remove that then and possibly return XML instead of JSON.
Yes.
But we'll leave it there for now.
Sure.
Okay, so we're inside of our ticket controller, and our ticket controller is going to need that database context, that ticket context. I'll just name it ticket context. We'll make it private, and we'll say public ticket controller, and that'll pass in the database context. And then at which point, as I like to say, I will squirrel that away. All right. And then for the purposes of testing, this is just for testing, but this is something to do because we're using an in-memory database. We'll say, hey, if there's not any ticket items in there at all, if the count of those tickets is 0, let's just throw one in so that way when we first start the app up, it'll have something. This is cheesy. There's other ways to do this, but for what we're doing, I think it's fine.
Yeah, we could have also included there a test if this is the development environment, then add a ticket so that we have something to work with.
That is a good point. And then, so we're just saying if there's nothing there, add something in.
Sure.
Probably not something you want to do in the constructor, but not too bad. Okay. All right. Now, do we have any ticket controller? Does that look good?
Yep, we have a ticket controller that is going to start up. If there aren't any tickets currently in the database, we're going to create one for the Beyonce concert.
So we should make a get all.
Sure, so that we can actually see those tickets that are in the database.
Because right now, it doesn't really do anything. There's no way to get anything. Okay, so we're going to go and make a public, and it's going to be a list or an enumerable of ticket items.
A collection
A
that
collection,
we can iterate through.
List of. We say enumerable because it's going to go forward only.
Yes.
And we'll just call it, get all. And it'll do the least. It will do the least that it possibly can do. It'll say, hey, ticket items to list. And as I recall, I think if you want to be super correct, was there not an order tracking? Do you remember what this was? I did this yesterday. There's a little tip that you can give your context on whether or not you want to do order tracking. I think it was context dot change tracker.
Yeah, I think it's change tracker.
I don't think it's
And
change
you
tracker.
disable it.
I'll leave that. Actually, I just want to know this for myself. For a brief moment here, let's take a look at this, because basically, if you're just returning some stuff, in this case, you're returning just some tickets, you're not going to be changing them. You don't need to be taking any time and wasting any time on watching them for changes. So yesterday, when we did this, take a look here in my pages. I believe I put it in index. There you go. Customers as no tracking.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if that's available. So I'll go back over here. I'll say ticket items dot as no.
Well, keep typing it. There's a
Tracking.
extension there that you're missing from Entity Framework.
Okay, is that what's going on?
As no tracking is a method.
Okay. And where is as no tracking located?
There you go.
Entity Framework Core. There you go. So we hover over that, and it says, returns a new query, and this is important, where the change tracker won't track the entities, meaning it's not going to watch for them to be modified.
Right.
Now, if you find adding that is annoying, the other option is that you flip it, right? So you change query tracking behavior to have this disabled all the time, and then you turn it on when you need
Yes.
to. Okay. Not necessary, but certainly never hurts to be a little bit, a little premature optimization never hurt anybody, right? Until it totally did. Cool. So this might work.
It might, because we've named our method with the keyword get.
What would then doing this HTTP GET do?
So by adding the attribute HTTP GET above it is explicitly telling the API handlers inside of MVC that we're handling the HTTP GET verb with this method. We could also specify with that HTTP GET the route that we want to listen on if we wanted to listen somewhere different than the default.
Right. Okay, so here, there we go.
There you
So
are.
I just hit /API/ticket, and then we got back our JSON. Again, this is our raw JSON. Here's our pretty JSON. Doing that from, and you notice what I'm doing is I'm hitting Control F5. In this case, I'm ignoring what the browser says, and I'm going back over to Postman.
Sure, the browser is still showing that values controller you were working on.
I could also change the default URL. Right now it's showing up as the default as /values.
Yep.
I could also, if I wanted to, basically tell Visual Studio that that there is a browser called Postman.
Yes.
So I could go in here and add Postman as a browser and then try to open it from there as well.
Absolutely.
Okay? All right, so that's all of the tickets.
One more thing that I wanted to look at when we were
Sure.
in Postman. So check it out. Even though we only set a value for the Beyonce concert, we got an ID of 1 because it's an ID. Entity Framework sees that as an auto-incrementing primary key, and it generated a number for us.
So Entity Framework gave us that 1. We did not make that 1.
Exactly, where those default values for the artist property and available property were generated as just null and false because
Right.
those are the default values.
For those data types.
Right. They came along for the ride because we returned that object.
Okay, that makes sense. Hopefully people will forgive me, as they did yesterday, for not putting the accent on the E in Beyonce. All right. Cool. Now let's do a get by ID.
Sure. I want to get a specific ticket.
All right. So this one's going to be public. And just like before, when we did this with Razor Pages, we have I action result. We're going to say get by ID. We'll pass in long ID. We don't know where that is being passed in from, though, yet. We haven't figured out, like, how does this ID get populated. Now, initially, it's going to warn me, well, this is bad. You know, you're going to think you made a mistake. It's just saying you have not yet returned a value. We're going to say, go get a ticket, var ticket, context dot, pull them out of the ticket items, and then we'll say first or default, where that ticket, such that that ticket's ID is the same as the ID that we then pass in. So we're going to go and find a ticket item that matches the one that we just passed in.
And important to use first or default, because if it doesn't find one, we'll get a default ticket that is null and doesn't contain anything.
Right, and then we'll check for that null. If the ticket is null, now this is interesting. What you want to do is you're thinking from a pseudocode perspective, I want to return a 404, right? I want to figure out how to change my HTTP response to indicate a 404 as opposed to a 200 OK.
Right, that 404 indicates that this object wasn't found, right? If this was a file system, there isn't a file with that name here on disk.
Right, and that's a good reminder. If you think about your 200 series is mostly things are OK.
Yeah.
Your 300 series is, you know, something has changed and you need to do something about it. Your 400 series is, and this, I like to say it this, it's probably your fault. And your 500 series is, it's probably my fault. And by that, I mean 400 is, don't know where that is, I'm pretty much sure it was you. You gave me the wrong URL.
There's
couldn't
an error
find
here.
it.
Yeah.
500 is something horrible happened on the server. So you could separate this. This is client stuff, and this is server-side stuff. So one of the great things about web APIs when you write them with ASP.NET Core is there's a whole bunch of cool things like not found, helper functions. I can say, look, not found, and if I hover over it, it returns status code dot status 404 not found, which is an enumeration. If I go and say status codes dot,
Look at them all there.
Look at all that. I don't want to remember all that.
No.
Plus, I don't want to make an, dig into an enum. So we've got a nice little helper, return not found, does the right thing. That implies, well, it doesn't imply, it is.
It is.
A 404.
But if you need that granularity, but for those other status codes, they're there for you.
Good point. If I did find it, well, then I want to return that, and that is an object that I just found. So I'm going to return an object result, and I'll put the ticket in there, and that object result is going to come back with a 200 and say, hey, here's that object that I asked for.
Yep.
Okay? Where does that ID come from? Up here, we said get. We're very explicit.
Yeah.
We need to give some hints because we want to know what our URLs look like, don't we? So we know it's going to be a get, don't we?
Absolutely.
We open that get up, and we say we're going to pull ID out of the URL. And then we can also change the name if we want to. This is kind of cool. You could say ticket slash this or ticket slash that. I'm going to go and change this. We'll just say it so we can. I'm going to say name equals get ticket. And this is showing you that you can make it so the URL is different from the function name.
Actually, that name should be inside the parentheses there.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you. All right, so we say HTTP get ID, name equals get ticket. Zoom out. Let's hit Control F5 and see if we can access that method. Because we know that we have, by default, one item, the Beyonce ticket. Okay. All right, so before we did this, which was API/ticket.
Right, return all of my tickets.
Okay.
So now we know there's just the one.
Okay. Now here I said get ticket. You're thinking it's ticket. There it is. So what is the term get ticket then in that context?
Get ticket is actually the name of the route that we've created because we're using the HTTP get verb and we're specifying, we're adding another route onto the default route table, defining it right here next to the method that we want to respond to that route.
Okay. So is that necessary?
Nope. It's optional.
And that is there so that I can give it a name and then manipulate it later, refer to it by name.
Exactly. So if you were to pass a reference to this somewhere into maybe a JavaScript file, and you want to be able to say, you know what, use the URL at getTicket.
Or to generate a URL based on that route, now I have it
got
named.
Now you have a name that you can easily reference and remember.
Cool. So here we said API/ticket, where this one, that's that ID. Okay.
That template that we're trying to capture.
Exactly. And that worked great. And we got that back. Okay. So that works out pretty nicely.
But now how do we create new tickets with an API, Scott?
All right, let's do that. All right, so I've got my notes here. Oh, and actually, you know, one thing I do want to show, we're in Postman, but let's take a moment and let's look at this in the other browsers, because you might not want to use Postman, maybe you don't have Postman. Let's just take a look briefly. We're in Edge. Okay. I can go and say ... F12 developer tools.
Okay.
All right. And I can look at the network, hit refresh. Can come down here, we can see it was a 200. We can see how long it took.
It was JSON that it returned?
Yeah, yeah. We can see that content type. You can go and filter based on those things. If I go over here, we can see the request headers. Notice that it said I can take pretty much anything. Returned JSON. You can see that Kestrel, our name, the name of our little web server there, and that it's powered by ASP.NET. If I do the same thing in Chrome, there's my JSON, and I'm going to say more tools, developer tools. Hit refresh again. Similar kind of thing, real similar developer tools, your request, your response, and all that kind of stuff. So you can, to a point, you know, manipulate web APIs. I like Postman. Use what makes you happy, but be aware that F12 tools are great, basically in all the browsers. You can enjoy those. Now you said, how do we make one? Because right now we just have the auto-generated Beyonce one.
Yeah, let's put somebody else in the seats there for Beyonce.
Let's mix it up. Let's be for everyone. So let's do another one. It returns an iAction result, and this one will be called create.
All right.
And it's going to take in a ticket item. Just like ID, we haven't decided where it's coming from yet. Okay?
Okay.
And we'll say if we passed in a null ticket, that'll be a problem. So that'll be, that'd be probably a bad request. Now remember, we talked about these different versions. What is that? That's a 400.
There you go. That's the your made a mistake.
Your fault, not my fault. That's not a 500, not a server error. That's you messed up, not me. Context, you meaning the client, to be clear. We'll go and add that ticket. And then I'm going to go and say save changes. And then this is a great one. I like this. This is a convenient little method here. You ready for this?
Okay.
Created at route get ticket. This answers my first question, which is the why would I name a route?
There you go.
Like that. And then I would then pass in the shape of this object that I just created. This is kind of an anonymous object here. And I say I made one, and here's my little projected ID, and then I pass in the one we just made.
So the first two arguments of that method are building a route. We had the get ticket
Building a
route.
URL.
Exactly, yes. We had the get ticket route. We need to specify the ID to be passed into that method, so you have your object defining that, and then the actual object we're returning.
So let's be real clear. You could do something like this. And you'd have to build this up yourself. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But now,
along with the appropriate status code.
Yeah, you'd need the status code. You'd need to go and make the URL. What if you change your URL names? What if you move things around? What if you want to rename things a different way? If you want to do that, do you really want to be in the business of string concatenating URLs?
Yeah, let's get rid of those magic strings as much as possible.
So I like that you referred to it as a route, which is more abstract. The URL is underneath that.
Yeah.
That's good.
I try to avoid working with URLs directly when I'm writing my ASP.NET code.
Right. As much as we are in the business of concatenating strings, let's try to pretend that we're not.
Yeah, let something else manage those strings.
Yep, and that's why we use a framework like this. So the only thing that I think we're missing here is the where's this come from, right?
Yeah, so before we put it on the query string. I don't think we can put on the query string on the URL.
You probably don't.
Ticket.
You don't want to.
No.
You could theoretically have name equals value, and you know, a disassembled ticket and a very long query string.
Yeah.
But really, it's the body. It's the body of the post. We want to put the ticket inside the body of the post, and then
Right.
we want to have this
That object.
deserialized.
Yeah.
It's rehydrated from
Converted from that string.
from the JSON, exactly.
Okay. And you were mentioning this should be a post. We should probably put a URL on this, a verb on it, to indicate that this should handle a post.
Good post. Good point. Good point. Good post. We said HTTP GET before. We will say post this time. We don't want to accidentally make it so someone could hit /ticket/create with a GET
Correct. Yeah.
and have it do anything. So let's do this. Let's put a breakpoint here, and let's start a debugging session,
Very good.
equivalent of pressing F5. So it's still, of course, going to /API/values, which is fine.
Yep.
We've already proven that we can go and see our Beyonce ticket here. I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to copy that,
Okay.
because I want to be doing a post of the opposite of that, right?
Sure.
So what I want to do here, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is I'm going to post to API/ticket. Not a get, but a post.
Yep.
In the body, we're going to have this JSON. So I've told it we're putting JSON in the body. I don't think I need to say an ID.
Nope, it's going to generate that for us.
Okay. Who's in concert? You just blanked on all musicians. Coldplay.
There you go.
Or, you know, let's just do this. Let's just be haters. It's Beyonce with Nickelback.
I love Canadians.
Oh, there you go. What's it called?
Rush.
There you go. That's everybody. I have no idea who that is. All right.
There are Canadians that are now.
Are they Canadian?
Oh, very.
Okay. So we're going to post this body. Actually, I'll make it true as well. Just why not, right? Okay. Now, just before I hit send, I want to just come back over here and make sure that I've got a breakpoint there,
Yep.
because I'm hoping that I will hit send and it will pop over into that breakpoint.
Oh, no problem.
No problem? You're
You've
confident?
got this. Oh, yeah.
100%. Oh, all right, look at that. So I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to hover over ticket.
It's a ticket item.
Look at that. Now, this is another little tip I was talking to Maria about yesterday. You know, you can do this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll keep that around, and that makes it a little easier to do our debugging.
Well, and if you don't want it there hanging over your code, that's actually the same things that you might see down in the locals window at the bottom.
That's a good point. Come down here, and there it is there. All right. So just to be clear, if we go back to Postman, now right now it's loading because the request it's a long-running request, right? It's never actually finished.
Yeah, we're blocking it right now with our debugger.
Let's just go ahead and continue so that this finishes. All right. There's our returned.
Right. Look at
Item
what
there.
came back. We created the object and returned it all in one request. Our new object that we created.
That was here. We said created at route, and then passed in that object value, got it back.
Right. And the created at is a different status code. Right? See that 201 created?
Right. So look at this. When you said created at route, what you got back was a new location. Okay, you got back the location of this new thing.
Yep.
Because when you're making a web API, it's all about being RESTful, REST, representational state transfer. And basically, like if I upload a GIF, I want the URL of the GIF where it is now. I just uploaded a new concert. Tell me the location of that new thing.
It's telling you the location as a header. It's not actually navigated you to that.
Right, because it's on me to go and decide. So then I could come up here and then do a get. Okay, And let's, we're at our, oops, there at our body, and there I just got to get from that new location to prove that it is in fact there.
There's still tickets available for that Rush event.
I don't know
Beyonce
why.
was sold out.
Beyonce's completely sold out.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works. Yeah, cool. That worked really well. All right, so then the next thing I might want to do would be to update it. Okay?
Sure, we sold the last ticket in that Rush event.
Right. And when we are doing CRUD, right, that's create, read, update, delete, and we are mapping that to HTTP verbs. Create is usually a post, read is usually a get, update is usually a put, and delete is, surprisingly enough, a delete.
Naming's hard.
Naming is hard, but that's how we mapped CRUD to HTTP verbs. So then we're going to do an update.
PGPD is not a cool acronym.
No, that's not a cool acronym at all. All right, so let's try this. We shall make a public iActionResult. Now we're doing this manually. I still think there's value in doing that, but before we did see that we could potentially have the system scaffold this out. So it's good to know how to do it once. You learn how to drive a manual shift car once, and then you get an automatic shift car. You don't get to drive the automatic until you learn how to drive stick.
I like still driving my manual car.
I take the bus. From body, right? So here we're going to go and do an update. We're passing in the new updated item along with the ID of the thing we want to update. So we're saying here's the Rush tickets, that's number 2,
Right.
with the what it should look like now. Okay. All right. Now we got to do the usual if ticket equals null, or maybe that the ticket that you passed in doesn't actually match the ID that you want me to change. That's not cool.
Trying to sabotage the content there.
Can't do that. That's a bad request, so not cool. All right. Now let's go and get the ticket there. Might be more than one ticket, but let's go and say var tick equals context, and then we're going to go just like before. We're going to say first or default. Oops. First or default. T such that that ID equals the ID that you passed in.
Now here we can't do the turn off of the tracking because we are actually going to track the
We are, in
changes on
fact,
this
going
one.
to change. Yeah, that's a good point. So here we're going to go and make sure that that ticket is not null. If it is null, then we're going to not found that. Okay. So that's not found. Now we make changes. So multiple ways that you could potentially do this. I'm going to do just what they call left-hand, right-hand code. This is simple enough that it's not a huge deal. I could do different bits of work here. I could compare things, be more sophisticated. There are mapping tools and mapping systems that would go and do that for me. If I had dozens of items or properties
that you had to map.
deep. But for now, we're going to go and say, all right, context dot ticket items dot update with the new ticket. Context dot save changes. And then, because an update doesn't really do anything, we're just going to say no content result. So we did it, and we're done, and it worked.
Just going to acknowledge that we finished.
We finished, and it's cool. And I think that is, I think it's a 201, but it's not a 200. It's just kind of like, yep, we're cool. It worked. All right, let's give that a try. And this is going to be with a put. And let's actually try it with a debug session. All right. So we're up and running. First, now this is kind of cool. You can go back over to your histories, and you can like replay stuff. So here we'll replay our
Where we created.
our Rush creation.
Yeah.
And this is another nice thing about Postman and tools like it is that you can go and create collections and then kind of do a unit testing on that. Now here's what we're going to do. Rush says available equals true. Let's go and do a put. Here's going to be the body. we will say that it is now sold out. So we're going to put to that location, and I think, would we say,
We have to specify the ID.
do we have to say ID? Depends on how we wrote it. We did.
Actually, you know what?
No, we did not actually. And, oh, and you know what else we did? We didn't put any of the route information at the top
We
there.
forgot a route.
All right, this is good.
So where you were saying earlier,
Yeah.
that's actually a get because it doesn't have the verb
That
on
would
it.
have been a get had we not done anything. Good point. So we will say put with the ID, okay? Then do we need, this is probably,
No, we don't need a name on this one.
I don't think we need a name, but that's put with an ID, okay?
There you go.
All right. F5. Launch. Back out here. Replay my post. Available true. Now we're going to do a put, available false.
So what came back? What's down there?
So I didn't get a breakpoint. Unsupported media type. All right, that's great. So this is really useful. So see it says unsupported media type. When I said put and I clicked raw, I did not tell it it was JSON.
Yep.
Okay? That would change the headers. Because in the headers, by saying it's JSON, we say the content type of this thing is JSON. So I pushed not, raw text at it, and it said what it should have said. 400, remember the 400 series of errors are my fault,
Yep.
unsupported media type.
It looked at that text and didn't know how to rehydrate a ticket.
And what's nice is that I didn't write that code. I didn't write any code to do that. It figured it out on its own.
Yep.
Send. Here we go.
All right.
We're in update, updating number 2. Here's the new ticket. Available false. Let's go and do some stepping. Step over, found the ticket. Now here's the available true and the available false. Now it's false. We update it and we return the no content result. Let's return back to Postman. And again, as I suspected, a 200, but it's a 204, which means it's okay because it's a 200 series. 04, no content. That's great. So at this point, we're almost done. Let's go back. Let's bang out a delete. And we'll
final
take a
part of
little
that
break.
crud.
We'll take a
Yeah.
break because it's good for us. This time, since we know what we're doing, we'll put HTTP delete right off the top. And I'll say public iAction result delete long ID.
We need to specify that ID is going to come in off the route.
Okay, oh, good point. So we add that here. ID.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. And then we will say vartex equals, pull it out of the context, get it out of there. First or default. Oops, get my little IntelliSense there. First or default. T such that t.id equals ID.
Yeah, there you go.
And then again, if I wanted to make this a little simpler, you notice that I've done this a couple of times now. Might be nice to move that into another location or have someone else be responsible for that. Maybe that would be a factory pattern. There's a half dozen different ways that you could write that code, as well as hiding this not found, because we've been a little bit repetitive. Right? What did you say?
Absolutely.
Now this one's easy. Go and get that ticket item, and we're just going to say remove this one. And then once we've removed it,
Don't need the ticket items there, just context save changes.
Thank you, sir. Save changes. And then again, another return no content result.
Awesome.
Fabulous. And in the interest of time, when I write code, I don't always write code. When I do, though, I immediately deploy it to production. Let's assume that that works. All right?
Okay.
So there, in a not too bad, we've made a ticket controller. We have a little bit of code here that adds Beyonce, because all concerts should have Beyonce. We've got our get all, our get by ID, our create, our update, finally our delete, all in this case using Entity Framework and an in-memory database, but could easily be moved into a Postgres or SQL or MySQL or whatever makes you happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And let's take a short break, and then we'll come back and add a little documentation for this.
Sounds good.
All right. Hope you join us here on Microsoft Virtual Academy. Hey friends, we just successfully survived the creation of a web API
Yes, we did.
entirely from scratch. That was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
We got get and get, post, put, and delete, create, read, update, and delete.
Yep.
We made our little concert ticket management application here, but it has no documentation.
No.
And there's really no good API way. There's no WSDL, the web services description language, for our thing. So how can I fix this?
So what we can do is we can actually add on the Swagger capabilities that will describe our API for folks that aren't familiar with it.
Okay, Swagger sounds pretty cool. What is Swagger?
So Swagger is a standard that folks use to define their APIs so that those RESTful endpoints can be found, discovered, and executed easily with a little bit of documentation and even a helpful user interface you can use to interact with it if you enable that feature on your website.
Okay, so it's a description language for the web API.
Yep.
And then at that point, anyone, even people who aren't using .NET, of course, can call that API. So a client, a Ruby client, a Python client, a JavaScript client can then consume that Swagger, theoretically generate if they choose or absorb if they don't, that API's shape.
Yep, they can learn about it and generate that strongly typed API if they need it, or they can interact with it directly just like we were doing using Postman.
All right, cool. So there is a library, an open source library called Swashbuckle.
Yes.
Like a swashbuckling pirate. That's Swagger's, I assume. And that allows you to add this Swagger. Now, Swagger is not a Microsoft thing. Swagger is a thing. It's an open source thing. It's an open source thing. So I'm going to go here into Visual Studio. This is the same one that we were working on just moments ago. So I'm going to click on Solution Explorer, and I'm going to right-click on Dependencies and say Manage NuGet Packages. And I'm going to click here on Browse, and we're going to search for Swashbuckle. And I want specifically the ASP.NET Core version of Swashbuckle. This is interesting. Notice that it said no packages found. You might bump into this sometimes. There's a package source pull down here that you might have different package sources. You want to make sure that you're picking the right one. Sometimes that happens to me. So Swashbuckle, there we go. Went by too fast. It was swashbuckle.asp.NET Core. There's different ones for different versions. There we go. Probably the right one. It's got a lot of great downloads.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going to hit the latest stable one and hit install. That's going to then go and get those packages. And that's all done. Cool. So those were added. Now remember when we were in startup earlier and we did our services, we added MVC, we added our DB context. Swashbuckle is one of those things. It's a service that we're going to go and add. So I'm going to say services.add swaggergen, swagger generation, right? We're going to go and make a little room for that because I'm going to put some things inside swaggergen. So I'm going to say, all right, let's go and do our swaggergen and pass in this other object. And we're going to say, we're going to need documentation. Let's say that this is maybe V1. And we're going to make a new info. Now here I've got a choice. I want to point this out. You see how I typed in info and it's saying, do you mean swashbuckle.asp.NET Core.swagger.info? I'm going to hit Control dot and add that using so I don't have to fill that out so much. And then the title, there's the different options, you see. Terms of service for your API and titles and descriptions. We'll just say
all those things that your API consumers might want to know about your API.
Exactly. And we'll just say it's a concert API. We'll keep it at that. Okay? All right. That's just the setting up of that initial Swagger. Okay? And then down here in Configure, we've got Use MVC and all that kind of stuff. Let's give it a UI. This lets it answer the call, basically, when someone goes and asks for Swagger, but I want to see an attractive UI for this.
Right, that add Swagger gen, it adds that extra information so that it knows that Swagger information is in the dependency injection container.
Right.
So then down here,
I'm gonna
we
use
can,
it.
we can put it in the pipeline, the HTTP pipeline.
Right, and I'm going to say use Swagger itself.
Yep.
That enables it now. So now it exists and it can listen.
Yes.
Thank you. I misspoke before. And then we can say use Swagger UI. Okay. And then here, we'll give a little bit of hints on how we want to do that. So use Swagger UI. No, so I thought that would, is that correct? All right, let's try this again. So use Swagger UI, Swagger endpoint, and it's going to be at swagger/v1/swagger.json. And we'll call it, like we said, the ticket API v1. All right. Oops. Sometimes I get a little confused with these lambdas.
Yeah, all the different. There we go.
There we go. So let's go into a build. And now I know that this is where the Swagger is going to be.
Right, the definition of our API.
Okay. So let's go and run this and see. What's nice about this, though, is you'll notice we did it all inside of the startup.cs.
Right.
We didn't have to go into our API.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the swashbuckle tool, what it's going to do, what swashbuckle, the value that it adds, is it's going to go and explore that API and generate this UI automatically. So I'm going to paste in swagger.json. Now I'm doing this in Edge, which is a lovely browser, but not well known for attractive JSON handling. So I'm going to pull that over into Chrome, where I have an extension. Okay. So this isn't the API. This is the Swagger for the API.
This is the documentation.
Documentation. It's the description. It's the shape. So for example, I can close this up. Look, /ticket has a get. Right? Takes an array. Post takes in an API ticket. Ticket/ID. That's a get. There's your delete, right? Oh, we've still got values along for the ride, remember?
Sure, look at that.
That's pretty cool.
And check out the produces entry there, right? If I go to API values, I can get plain text, I can get JSON coming out of there.
Yeah.
Not just JSON.
So how do I get the UI for my Swagger?
So that's actually at a slightly different endpoint.
Okay.
If you just go to, I believe it's just /swagger.
Okay.
There you
Ooh,
go.
This is, I love this. I just got a free API for my ticket. Now notice I've got my V1. I could have V2, V3, etc.
Exactly.
You've got values, which we kind of kept around from earlier.
Yeah.
Right? We've got our gets. Here's the part that I think is fun. You can poke at these things, right? I can say try it out. They'll tell you how to try it out with a curl at the command line, the URL, and they're giving you effectively a tester inside of your documentation. So imagine if you're going to ship that documentation to your customer, how they'll feel pretty good about that.
It is everything that we looked at in Postman, but we generated this from our application, and it's in the browser for anybody, regardless of what tool they have
So here's
installed.
a tester. I'll just say I want ID 1, try it out, and I just went and got the Beyonce concert.
There you go.
That's slick. So that is called Swagger, the concept. Swashbuckle is the implementation of Swagger for ASP.NET Core.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of great documentation on this. Where would I find that?
If you go to docs.microsoft.com,
Okay, here at ASP.NET.
right, and if you look up Swagger there,
I want this one.
there you go. Yep.
ASP.NET Core Web API help pages using Swagger. Walking through step by step by step. And what's nice about this docs, as with all of our docs, Visual Studio for Mac, Visual Studio Code from the command line, explain to you how to do all of this. You can see exactly how we added it to the middleware, how we configured it, what you get. And then you can get into the customization. You can go and add version information. You can add your license. You can add your terms of service and move on. And then even from there, if you want, you can go and bring that up into Azure. And we have tools that will suck that Swagger in. And if you have a Swagger-enabled web API, you'll be able to then use the API management features in Azure to even do more with that.
Yep, to manage, you'll be able to see all your documentation, and the other folks that are using your endpoint will be able to see that documentation.
Exactly. You can also modify that Swagger. So in this example here, Shane has gone and changed the CSS to put documentation in there that looks the way he wants his product to look.
Maybe you want your logo in the corner instead of the default Swagger logo.
Very flexible stuff. So that is a complete web API with a Swagger endpoint with documentation. And I think that's a good module.
That's a good place to stop. Yeah.
Fantastic. We're having all kinds of fun here on Microsoft Virtual Academy. Stay with us. We've got a great whole series of modules before this one and after this one, so be sure to explore. Thanks so much.
All right. Hey, welcome back to the ASP.NET Core course here on Microsoft Virtual Academy. My name is Jeff Fritz.
I'm John Galloway.
And we're going to take a look at actually making this stuff into production. Let's
Right.
publish.
You know, it's always funny. We talk about building web apps, and let's actually put it out on the web now.
Yeah, let's do it.
So I'm starting with this very simple file new project, and I'm doing this with no authentication, keeping it really lightweight.
Sure.
This stuff works, you know, deploying with migrations and any framework and databases and all that, but it takes a bit longer, and I want to just show the really quick, simple path here. So I could actually, this shows here publish information. I've got an app. I haven't even done anything with it yet locally.
And it's right there on the welcome page.
Right. So now I could also, if I want to publish, I can right-click here and do right-click publish. Right. So you know we should talk as I'm publishing about what this actually means. Normally, you know, you can. You want to set something up where you're doing a more like, here actually I've got to re-enter my credentials. I don't know if you want to talk about the whole idea of like, is it a good idea to right-click publish?
Sure. I mean, when you right-click and publish an application, it's really a one-off thing. It's not something that you want to do every time there's a change that you're making to production space, because it's not repetitive. It's not something that you can repeat and be guaranteed you're going to get the exact same configuration every time. You may want to be deploying from a continuous integration system, something like Visual Studio Team Services, or perhaps you want to deploy directly from GitHub. You can do these things with the features available on Azure, but this is great for getting that first deployment up and running, or maybe you want to deploy to a test area or a deployment slot out there so that you can work with that directly.
Exactly. Yep. So kind of my favorite way that I usually will work is I'll work in a repo kind of right away. I'll get a repo going. You can do free private repos out on VSTS or visualstudio.com, and then you can get free public repos on GitHub. So between the two of those, I'm covered for a free repo usually.
Absolutely.
And so I will go through and configure that, and then configure Git deployment, and it does that CI deployment. So every time I do a push, it's going to automatically deploy from source control.
Yep, update Azure with all the latest bits, and hopefully you have some tests and things in line there to verify that it is proper to deploy.
Yep. So, but as we're talking about, for a quick, hey, I want to try this out, I want to see this running on the public internet, I want to share it with, maybe I'm developing this site for somebody and I want them to get a look at it. Here it is. So this is a live URL. This is up on the internet here.
It took us maybe a minute, and you can share this with a customer. That's great.
Yep. So, especially if you've got MSDN, or if people you're developing with have MSDN, if your shop has MSDN, this is great to use your included MSDN credits.
Right, your Azure subscription.
Azure subscription, and set up testing, deployment, and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of a quick look at very quick deployment. So here's the site running, and one of the cool features now that it's running in App Service is that I can use App Insights.
Okay,
so,
what does App Insights do?
So App Insights profiles my application as it's running in production, and it tells me all kinds of things, statistics about how fast it's running, things that are bottlenecks, any errors, helps me diagnose things.
Okay.
And what's cool is that used to take several steps to configure that. Now you actually don't have to make any code changes in your application.
Terrific.
You just go up into Azure, and when you go to your site, it's going to say a thing, it'll show a thing at the top that'll say, hey, do you want to turn on App Insights? So it looks just like this. In the dashboard, right here on a deployed app, this is going to say, hey, you don't have App Insights turned on. Click this, and we'll configure it for you. So I'm actually going to show you a running website because there's not much to show you on this website. We just deployed it. There's not much to profile there. So I've actually got a website I deployed over this last weekend. We'll take a look at it. But what's really neat here is I don't have to make any code changes to enable App Insights. It's able to inject this directly into my application as it's running. It doesn't even have to, do any, there's no code modifications at all. So I'm going to be showing you some things on this .NET Foundation website. This is an ASP.NET Core application. I just deployed it, and I actually used App Insights to help kind of troubleshoot and see what things were running fast and slow and that kind of stuff. So when I click through on this, I'll click on click on Monitor App Insights, and it'll show, if I click through, this will show the actual application. And I need to make sure that I'm picking a time range. If you're not seeing information up there, it may be that you're filtering down on the wrong time range. So here I'm going to filter for the last 7 days so I can see kind of what I was looking at over the past weekend. And so here immediately I can see some neat things. Like for instance, it's got an app map. And it's actually going through and discovering, what kinds of things that I'm doing. So here in this case, there's not a whole lot, but let's say I was calling out to a lot of other services or using databases to profile, et cetera. It could help diagnose that. It also helps me to see what kind of users are looking. So this was, as I was kind of going through, this is actually saying during the past 24. Let me expand it to that 7 days again. And here we can see this is, what the users were looking at, where they were. This was me testing at home on Edge. But, we can go through and look at all kinds of stuff about them. And then I can actually go in and see what sort of requests were being called overall and what things were running faster or slower. So you'll notice here, if I dig into this and look at what sort of requests I had, I can see things like common properties, common requests, and things. I can also see that, for instance, I've got a lot of requests to this holder.js, and this is actually something that's generating some thumbnails for me, and I can get an idea of like, well, was it running quickly? And if not, is there maybe something that I could do to speed it up? So this is all great profiling information that I can get. And if I really want to dig deeper into it, I can go even into analytics, and this will let me run queries. And so here I can go in and I can say, okay, what sort of things happened over this date time range, and I can really dig in and generate some advanced charts and stuff. Again, I did no code changes at all for this. This is just something that's built in directly. So that's really cool. All right, so now we've looked at all that, and we're going to next move on and take a look at Docker. One of the things that Docker offers me is it's kind of a repeatable package that includes everything about my application.
It's like taking a snapshot of your application that you can easily stand up anywhere.
Yep. So here I did right-click, add Docker support. Now I could, and here I have a choice of operating system. This is a bit of a mind blower here. I'm actually going to target Linux. So I'm using a Linux Docker container running on my Windows machine, and it's going to package it up and do that all automatically for me. So some of the neat things it does here for me is it creates this Docker file. And this Docker file is kind of a recipe of here's what's needed to package up my application. So this is saying take this, the Microsoft ASP.NET Core version 2.0 Docker container, and then it says grab my source, and it has a working directory on the container, and it just copies that code over. It exposes port 80, and then at the end here it says this is how to actually run it. If we look here, it's actually done a few other things for me. There's Docker file ignore. These are things that you normally don't want published out to your Docker file.
Right.
There's a couple. There's also Docker compose. If I want to have multiple different things, if I want to have maybe some microservices or whatever. And then this Docker compose CI is used for the actual build process. So we don't actually need to deploy this stuff out onto our, we want a very tight, lightweight Docker container when we actually deploy it. This is used in build, but not used in my final Docker container.
Right. We're actually going to expose the source code to this so that our build operation actually takes place inside of another Docker container. So we get that sanitary clean room for the build. So we get the exact same build every time. And then we're going to output that information into another Docker container. And that's what we will package up and turn into our image that will create copies of our web application from.
Cool. I want to show just one other thing here. I want to actually run this application in Docker locally, and I'm going to set a breakpoint. So I've got a breakpoint set. So I'm actually going to be debugging into the Docker container, and then I've added something into my index view that shows the operating system version.
Okay.
So then I hit run, and I haven't done anything special in this application. I have installed Docker beforehand, and there's stuff in the docs about how to do that.
So our start debug button flipped from saying either our project name or IIS Express, and it now said Docker because it's starting it in Docker and passing control back to me in Edge.
Yeah, and now here's a crazy thing. I actually hit a breakpoint, so I'm debugging. I'm able to debug. I can do edit and continue, all that kind of stuff.
So you're debugging an application you wrote on Windows, hosting on a Linux container, and exposing and debugging back to Windows.
Back, yes, exactly. Back into Visual Studio. So, you know, it's possible for me to, right at the beginning of my project, build it on Docker. It's not going to slow me down as I develop the whole way through, and I know when I'm done, I can just deploy it, and I've been testing it all the way along. Now, here's the final little mind blower. I hit continue, and we'll see the application come up. And you see way up in that corner there, here's the OS version. So this is running in a Unix, you know, it's a Linux container, and this is running. I'm building this in Visual Studio, testing with a Docker container.
All on Windows 10.
Yep.
Nice.
All right, so a bit of a whirlwind here, but we went through looking at, you know, file new project, deployed it to Azure.
Yep.
Played with App Insights. And you know, I just kind of poked around a bit at it. There's quite a bit more in the documentation of what you can do. And if you've got a running website, I've used that so many times to diagnose exactly what's going wrong or what could speed up.
Yeah, there's logging information in there that you can dig into that is being output as the application is running.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. And then finally we looked at Docker and literally just right clicks, add Docker support, and then hit a breakpoint and checked out, you know, yes, indeed, it is running in a Linux container.
So you showed us that there's a continuous integration file in there that we can use with VSTS so that we can generate our images as we build each time.
Exactly.
Cool.
Yep. All right, let's stop there.
Thanks so much for joining us here on Microsoft Virtual Academy.